So welcome everyone. This is the R. Keith Schwer Western States Economic Memorial Outlook session. R. Keith Schwer was a long-term member of the Regional Science Association, Western Regional Science, as well as a longtime member of AUBR, the Association for University Business and Economics Research. And we put this session together, or named it after Keith after his passing a number of years ago. I'd also like to point out that this, again, this is a sort of session, if you will, with AUBR, the Association for University Business and Economics Research. And I think it's particularly interesting today. I'm not going to talk a lot here, but we don't have anybody from our friends at the Western Blue Chip on our panel today. We have 9 states represented out of a possible, I think, 13 if you include Alaska, from the Rocky Mountains to the West Coast. And amongst those states, you see some of the very best performers in light yellow, and you see some of the very worst performers in dark orange or red. So we're going to get a very interesting, I think, mix of discussions about what the virus has done and what people think will be the recovery in the year ahead. So these are our panelists. In the first 2 hours, starting now, we're going to hear from Arizona, California, Colorado, and Hawaii. And then in the second 2.5 hour period, we're going to hear from Idaho, Montana, Nevada, Utah, and Washington. And I've named the presenters here and the universities they represent. I've asked them to very briefly at the beginning of their segment just tell the audience what they do at their particular university. So with that, I am ready to share my screen with George Hammond from the University of Arizona. I will stop my share, and George, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Rich, and it's great to see everybody here today. I hope you're all well. So I'm going to share my screen. You should all now be seeing my first slide. Hope you are. So I am the director of the Economic and Business Research Center in the Eller College of Management here at the University of Arizona. So let's jump in since time is tight. So, you know, the big question is, how has Arizona performed? And where are we headed over the next couple of years? And, you know, overall, Arizona has outperformed many states during 2020, but we did get hit hard, and we still have a long way to go in terms of our economic recovery. So, you know, in terms of where we are now, Arizona has replaced just over 69% of the jobs that we lost from February to April. And that's significantly better than many states, way better than the nation, which is in that 55 to 56% replacement range. So jobs in most industries in Arizona are still below where they were in February of 2020, with really one major exception that we'll talk about in a few minutes. Now, travel and tourism here in Arizona is still really weak. As we'll see, there's not much sign of significant recovery during the past 6 months once that stay-at-home order was lifted. But you know, spending on goods is strong, and the construction activity has been particularly strong, as has the real estate industry in general, with house prices rising about 10% over the year. So the short run outlook, as with you know, most forecasts during the past year, it's going to depend on what happens with the outbreak. So we're expecting a continued recovery. That means we expect the vaccination rollout to continue at a fairly rapid pace, and we also assume that the variants do not become resistant to the current vaccines. So one thing to keep in mind about this is that the baseline forecast that I'm going to briefly describe for you today does include the kind of the CARES 2, which was enacted at the end of December, but it doesn't include any elements of the Biden plan as yet. So what happened in Arizona during the last year? Well, Arizona got hit hard, as did most states. From February to April, we lost about 295,000 jobs. That's about a 10% decline. Just to put that in perspective for you, just in 2 months, Arizona got about the same peak to trough decline as we did during the Great Recession. The difference, of course, is that that happened in 2 months. It took about 3 years for that Great Recession to basically play out and hit bottom. That's not nearly as bad as what happened nationally. That peak to trough job loss was about 14, almost 15%. So once the stay-at-home order in Arizona was lifted, and our stay-at-home order was not restrictive, pretty much every industry with the exception of restaurants, bars, gyms, movie theaters was deemed essential. So we did not have a restrictive stay-at-home order by any means. But in the kind of the next 2 months from May to June, we add back about half the jobs that we lost. And since June, Arizona has continued to add jobs. We added about 66,000 jobs from June to December. We're still about 3% below where we were in February. That translates into about 90,000 jobs. What's really striking in Arizona, particularly during that June to December period, is that all of the job growth was in the Phoenix metro area. As you can see, Tucson bounces back in the kind of that May and June period, but really no job growth at all since June. And that's the story for really all of the state, with the exception of Phoenix. So the Phoenix recovery, or the Arizona recovery, is really, really focused on Phoenix during the past 6 months. So what's the unemployment rate in Arizona? Well, your guess is as good as mine. I don't think BLS knows either. As you can see, the unemployment rate in Arizona, at least as the guess that we got from BLS, was that it spiked up significantly, as you would expect, not quite as high as the nation. Nationally, the rate comes down, as it does for Arizona, but extremely volatile data. As we all know, the data that comes out of the household survey for states tends to be volatile anyway during the kind of the current year data before it gets revised. And that was even much more volatile this year than normal. So we get these kind of crazy spikes. Basically, I have no idea if Arizona's unemployment rate is above or below the national average. Like I said, I don't think BLS does either. What we'll see with the revision is all this will get smoothed out, and that will, once the revised data is released in March, and then we'll have a little bit better idea of where at least this measure of the labor market is. So labor market gradually improving. As with all states, I suspect really diverse performance across industries. So as I mentioned, Arizona jobs are about 90,000 below where they were in February as of the end of the year. About half, just over half of that job gap is in leisure and hospitality. Again, you'd expect that. Next up is professional and business services. So it's primarily temporary help or contract jobs that are really down. Those are the first to go in pretty much any recession. Government jobs are down. That's really state and local jobs, primarily in education, as we would expect with schools being closed. Education and healthcare jobs are also down significantly. That was a little bit of a surprise to me, at least. And that reflects, the continuing reluctance on the part of individuals to go back for those regular medical and dental screenings. So most of the other sectors in the state economy are down, but down by less. The big exception here in Arizona is trade, transportation, and utilities. Now, wholesale and retail jobs are basically back to where they were in February. What's really generated the job growth is transportation and warehousing. And, that reflects the shift to online sales and increased delivery activity, we think. Here in Arizona, but that's really the one kind of sector that really took off during 2020 was that transportation and warehousing. And you can also see here kind of the distributional impact of the pandemic, with most of the job losses, or at least over half of the job losses, being in the really low-paying jobs in leisure and hospitality. So Arizona taxable sales, what were people spending on last year? Well, this is all relative to January 2020. Taxable sales of the, restaurants and bars, hotels, motels, and amusements, all down, still down significantly from where they were in January. What went up after a weak April, what went up a lot was spending on retail sales. So in Arizona, that's all goods. Those are all tangible goods, including automobiles, which are covered by our transactions privilege tax. Arizona also has a new tax on remote sales. So these are sales taxes that are levied on essentially remote sellers who don't have a physical location in the state. So that went way up. Part of this is due to the impact of the CARES Act on the state, which pumped about $30 billion into Arizona in 2020. It also likely reflects the fact that for people who had jobs, they basically couldn't spend on these kind of travel and tourism related sectors. So they saw their bank accounts getting fat and decided to buy stuff. Contracting sales, so people, working on their houses, since we're all spending so much more time at home these days than we were before the pandemic. Contracting sales is also up, 20 to 25% over the year last year. So what's going on with the travel sector more specifically? Overall gasoline sales are still down about 9% from where they were in January. Gasoline sales, so the dollar value of sales, which incorporates the gas prices, that's down more because gas prices fell significantly during the pandemic. That's all unwound pretty much at this point. Over the last couple of weeks, gas prices in Arizona have really surged. Traffic through our airports, so these are passengers through Sky Harbor and Tucson International. They're still 50 to 60% below where they were last January. So one of the things that we did once the pandemic struck in my center was to stand up a set of weekly indicators of the travel and tourism industry. Now, we don't have much of this weekly data for Arizona, so we resorted to the weekly data that was available for the US, counting on this idea that Arizona would track, at least to some extent, what was happening nationally. So we have the US hotel occupancy rate, US movie sales, so those are box office sales, TSA traveler throughput, and seated diners at restaurants using the OpenTable app. So that's a segment of the restaurant industry where you pretty much go there and sit for a couple of hours. So it reflects that sit down, stay in type of dining, not the takeout or fast casual at all. So what do we see? The U.S. hotel occupancy rate still way below, 20-30% below where it was a year ago, way below where we would hope it was. U.S. movie box office sales, that's, let's just call that zero. It's close enough. It's about $7-8 million per week, which is 95-96% below where it would normally be. TSA traveler throughput has had some spikes over the holiday season, but it's still running at about a third of where it would be normally. Seated diners, this is an area where we do have some data that reflects Arizona and Phoenix, but their activity is, kind of once we get away from the holidays, it's 40 to 50% below a year ago. You'll see that little spike for the most recent week. That reflects Valentine's Day, where dining out increased a little bit. So that travel and tourism still looks weak nationally, and it looks that way here in Arizona as well. So the CARES Act had a huge impact on Arizona. As I said, it pumped about $30 billion into the state economy last year. What we see is that that generated, a major increase in personal income over the year. Arizona's personal income rose just over 13% in the second quarter, about almost 10% in the third quarter. We also break that down. So notice that net earnings, that blue bar, that actually was still up over the year in the second quarter, reflecting the fact that our stay-at-home order wasn't particularly restrictive, and it also reflects this idea that where we did see the really big job losses were in relatively low-paying jobs and sectors. Dividend interest and rent down, transfers, just up really massively. So the BEA is generating some information on the programs within the CARES Act and how that's playing out across quarters. So of course, this data is seasonally adjusted annual rates, so we divide each of these by 4 to get back to the actual dollar amount, but it gives a sense of which programs matter at what times. So the recovery rebates, those checks that went out in the second quarter, have the dominant impact in the second quarter and then go away, of course. What will be the 2 biggest programs in Arizona for the year, once that's said and done, will be the extension of the unemployment insurance programs and the paycheck protection programs. Those will be much bigger at the end of the day than those recovery rebates. But overall, the CARES Act had a big positive impact on Arizona, and that's a factor too. So kind of a tale of 2 things. One kind of phenomenon that we noticed this was initially weekly data. The Census Bureau has now cut that back to releasing the weekly data once a month, but they are putting out data for states on new business applications. These are essentially applications for employee identification numbers. So this would typically happen before a business starts to add jobs and wages. And they'll track a number of measures of this. They try to identify high propensity new business applications, and those are applications that they can trace back to particular industries, or where if they're if they're already incorporated or they expect to be incorporated, or kind of other factors that make sense to suspect that there will actually be jobs and wages associated with that application. So what you see there is that the new business applications really trend up strongly during 2020, right? So is that good news or bad news? It's probably reflecting to a significant degree people deciding that they're in the wrong line of business and looking to transition into a new line of business. So maybe opening up a new enterprise that's really focused on delivery, or some other kind of adjustment mechanism to the pandemic. What we also see is that we got a big decrease in bankruptcies during 2020. Might be a little bit of a surprise. Here again, it's likely that the CARES Act is behind that decline in bankruptcies, with mortgage, student loan forbearance, as well as eviction moratoriums, not to mention the huge dollar inflow into the state. So that is helping people kind of limp through with the loan forbearance and eviction moratoria. Of course, those that rent is just piling up, that will eventually have to be paid. If there isn't significant help for people there, it's likely that bankruptcies will not just return to normal as we get towards the end of this year and into next year, but they'll be higher than normal going through 2022. So that'll be an issue. Some concern here in Arizona about what that might eventually mean in terms of real estate activity. As we'll see, I'm not sure there will be much of an impact here on Arizona. Certainly nothing like what we went through in the Great Recession, because household balance sheets are in much better shape, and we expect net migration into Arizona to really surge over the next couple of years. So we might see some weakness, but nothing like the destruction that we saw during the Great Recession. So this gives you a sense of what we're seeing demographically, at least in terms of births and deaths. So first with births, notice that births peaked here in Arizona just before the Great Recession began. They really plummet during and just after that, then kind of stabilize through 2015, 2016, and then they start trending down really strongly again. Doesn't look like we're going to get much of a, if any, kind of baby boom out of COVID, and that has implications really long term for the state across a number of different sectors and industries. In terms of death, as you might expect, we get a big surge in deaths through 2020. They're way above trend. They'll come back to trend as we get through the pandemic, or maybe even a little bit below that trend for at least a little while. Overall, Arizona for 2021, as we think about that fiscal year basis from roughly June of 2020 through July of 2021. Arizona is going to be really close to negative natural increase as we get the full impact of the pandemic. Tucson and a couple of other counties within the state are already going to be experiencing negative natural increase. So that demographic transition is really here, even in Arizona. So what are we looking for in terms of the short run forecast? So Arizona non-farm payroll jobs dropped by about 2.3% overall for the year. We get a strong bounce back in 2021 and 2022, both driven by the federal fiscal relief and the kind of natural recovery of the state economy. Personal income still pretty strong in 2021 with the additional federal relief coming to the state. Although that doesn't include anything related to the Biden plan. Retail plus remote sales still relatively strong. Population growth just accelerates by a little bit, partly because the decline in natural increase partially offsets a pretty significant increase in net migration that we see coming into the state over the next couple of years. Labor market gradually tightens. Housing permits remain elevated for the next couple of years as population growth remains a little bit stronger. So this is what that looks like compared to the U.S. Our U.S. forecast comes from IHS Markit. So Arizona not hit nearly as hard as the U.S. During 2020, and we rebound a little bit more strongly. And then our longer term growth is well above the national average. So one thing that's that we're really thinking about a lot these days in Arizona is the impact of increased remote work on migration into the state. There are a lot of people who are expecting huge flows of remote workers into Arizona. And one of the things to keep in mind is that Arizona's kind of economic ties, including migration ties, are closest with California and then closest with other states in the West, especially Washington, Texas. That's true for both Phoenix and the Tucson metropolitan area. So as we're thinking about remote work, we actually spent some time digging around in the LEHD data to see if we could get some idea of how many people were working remotely before the pandemic began. And we get a little bit of a sense from that. LEHD will actually give us a sense of Arizona residents with jobs in other states. So what we know from the LEHD data is that somebody lives in Arizona, they're actually residents of Arizona, and they have a QCEW type job in another state. That doesn't necessarily mean they're a remote worker. They could actually be commuting. That seems unlikely. It seems likely to me anyway that most of these people are actually working remotely already. But in 2017, there were about 61,000 Arizona residents who actually had a job in California. Again, tight ties with the West. And we can look at the other side of that coin. How many residents of other states already have jobs in Arizona or already working remotely here in Arizona? And here there are about 33,000 people. Again, Arizona's closest ties are with California, even by this kind of remote working type measure. So why do we think we might be drawing in a significant number of migrants from other states, particularly California and other states in the West? Well, it's because Arizona's housing affordability is still really good compared to those other areas. This is the NA National Association of Home Builders measure. So this is the share of homes sold during a given period that are affordable to a family making the median family income. So in Tucson, just over 71% of those homes sold were considered affordable, much better than the national average. Phoenix is also above the national average. Notice that, Denver, Portland, San Diego is so low compared to the other metros we have here. We can't even fit it on the fuel gauge. Think of LA, San Francisco, Seattle. Arizona looks, at least in terms of housing and in terms of the BEA's cost of living measures, much more affordable than those areas. So there's a lot of thinking around the state. And I agree with this at least up to a point, that we are going to see increased migration into Arizona over the next couple of years, with people who can work remotely deciding to do that to a much greater degree. So what are the key takeaways that we see from the current situation? Uncertainty is still a key part of the forecast. The vaccine rollout effectiveness against the variants will still matter. That's the game isn't quite over yet. So Arizona's economy is on pace. I think it will recover significantly before the nation, probably sometime in the second half of 2021. The IHS forecast has that happening towards the end of 2022. Travel and tourism sector here in Arizona as nationally remains weak until late this year. Residential construction, we think, is going to remain really strong. So additional federal relief, that's going to boost growth even more. It may speed Arizona's recovery, but there is this issue of the timing of the kind of the end of that relief, the end of the eviction and mortgage and loan forbearance programs, and how strong the state is once that happens. That's going to matter as well. So housing affordability, makes Arizona an attractive migration destination, particularly for individuals in the higher cost destinations. That's traditionally been true. We think it'll be even more true, particularly over the next couple of years. So that's my formal presentation. I will stop screen sharing here, Rich.
Thank you, and that was great, George. And we have about 5 minutes for questions from colleagues or David Plain, who is our attendee.
I think we should count Jaywan also as an attendee.
Jaywan's an attendee.
So George, you talked about the impact on tourism. My totally unscientific take on snowbirds is I've been volunteering at the U of A vaccination pod, and we've been vaccinating a hell of a lot of snowbirds, lots of different license plates. So I was sort of surprised to see so many around town, given that Arizona had the worst in the world infection rates back in January when our traditional snowbird season starts. Do you have any measures that can tell us anything about, whether our seasonal residents are here now?
Yeah, I don't know of any formal evidence on that. There for a long time was out of ASU an effort to estimate snowbirds
and RV parks and things like that.
Yeah, kind of a survey of RV parks.
Mm-hmm.
That's no longer being done. What we have is the anecdotal evidence, and my experience has been the same as yours. I live in a neighborhood with a lot of snowbirds, and they're all back.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's here. And
yeah.
It's interesting to me because we are sort of, I don't know what you call us, reverse snowbirds. We go to Maine every summer, and the attitude in Maine was very anti people coming into the state for the summer because they had largely escaped COVID, and it had been bad in Boston, and they were really worried. And yet, all through the summer, the rates were, among the best in the country. And people were very careful about quarantining when they got there and so on. So it was interesting to me that there didn't seem to be any dampening effect on people coming here. That people, have been going to hide out in different places. But Arizona would not be the place that you would think to go hide out from COVID.
You wouldn't think so. One of the stories that a lot of people are telling about the state is that people are very happy to get out of the denser metropolitan areas to a more spread out place with bigger houses.
Sure, and you can be outside in a way you can't in.
Right.
Yeah, I mean they totally blew it in terms of their predictions about the summer surges, because we had our summer surge when people were inside with air conditioning. Somehow the COVID people hadn't really thought of that the South would have a summer surge.
Yeah, exactly. The one segment of the snowbirds that I think was affected were Canadian snowbirds looking to come down, because I believe there were restrictions on travel from Canada to the US.
And you really see that out in the western part of the state where a lot of them go courtside and out in there probably.
Yeah, that's right. There wasn't. I don't think we saw much of a hit from reduced snowbirds coming in to enjoy the winter here.
Great. But housing prices have been going up.
Yeah, very much. Even the FHFA measure, the repeat sales on single-family homes, that's up roughly 10% over the year in the fourth quarter, and the median house prices from the realtors up even more than that.
So is flipping and stuff going on now? We've been getting cold calls about our house, wanting to buy it. Which
definitely
happened for a while.
Yeah, it has been. I think it seems like it's increased this year as Redfin and other kind of real estate outfits have been talking about how they think Arizona is really attracting a lot of migrants during the pandemic. So I think some of that is certainly going on, probably more than we saw in the prior couple of years.
Great. Well, thanks, George.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, George, you answered almost every question I had on my list in your presentation, so I really appreciate that. I thought I had all these great questions, and you sort of answered them. But I guess I have, just from our own experience, what's the one most difficult thing that happened in terms of forecasting data inconsistencies or so on? I'm doing a lot with data now with the NABE and the Economic Measurement Seminar, and so much of this data seems to be inaccurate. You mentioned unemployment numbers. I mean, is it going to be able to be fixed? Is it? I don't know, but I was just thoughts on that.
Yeah, for me, the big challenge was getting a handle. Everything was changing so fast that getting a handle on the high frequency data. So we actually spent a fair amount of time looking at the data on tracktherecovery.org from Opportunity Insights, trying to interpret, what the card-based transaction data was telling me about what was happening with retail sales. That was useful, although it was also dangerous. So it was kind of getting the high frequency reads and finding that data was a big challenge for us. And then, just being here in Arizona, it was trying to get a feel for how people were going to respond. And I think it's safe to say that Arizonans were comfortable, by and large, many Arizonans were comfortable with being out and about and doing their normal things during the pandemic. I think that also played a role. It was just the attitudes of people.
Well, that's good. And we're staying on time. We're going to move to our next presenter. And before I do that, I just want to say one thing. I meant to give a shout out to Jay Wan in the intro. This isn't easy, and we very much appreciate you doing this and putting this all together. So thank you so much. And moving on to Raymond Seifer from Chapman University. And the other thing I forgot to say in the intro was, it's really kind of interesting. We're all doing this from our home states. So Raymond's online in Orange, California, Orange County.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you and your family are all in good health. I'm the director for the Center for Economic Research at Chapman University in Orange. I have been with Chapman University for many years. Actually, I joined in 1985. So that's quite a few years. Before I get to the forecast and talking a little bit about the California economy, I would like to show you a couple of slides with data at the national level. With California being such a large state, what happens nationally really impacts what goes on in California. So let me share a couple of slides. US retail sales have recovered nicely since the month of April. Again, this is US retail sales. So you can see that now we are way above the 550 billion level per month, much higher than the previous peak at the beginning of January 20 or the end of 2019. The 30-year mortgage rate has dipped really low in 2020. It went as far down as 2.65%. Since then, rates have started going up, and we are expecting them to continue to go up by the end of the year. And that's going to have a slightly negative impact on housing prices and the how many people would qualify to purchase a home, especially here in California, as we will see later on when prices have increased at a very high rate in the second half of 2020. This is the cumulative federal deficit from January 20 to January 21, a total of $3.5 trillion. And with the new stimulus, it would not be surprising if we add another, I don't know, 2.5 trillion to that total by the end of 2021. So that again is going to have a major impact on consumption, on the retail sales, on employment, and the recovery nationwide. What I did here is to look at the real GDP growth compared to the peak before getting a recession. So you can see that the 2001 and the 1990 recessions were on the shallow side, but for the 2007-2009 recession, by the sixth quarter, real GDP declined by 4%. And it took 14 quarters to go back to the previous peak. If you look now at the 2020 recession, there was a huge dip in the second quarter, as you all know. The decline was around 10%, a very steep recovery in the third quarter, and we ended up with less than 4% decline compared to the previous peak, which was the fourth quarter of 2019. And here at the center, we expect that by the end of this quarter, we will go back to where we were at the end of 2019. So it would have taken only 5 quarters to go back to the previous peak. And that makes this recovery a little different than other recoveries in that it became extremely steep, but we recovered quite fast. The California economic outlook. For many years, up to last year, the growth rate in employment in California has been in the top 10 in the nation. But as you can see here, only Idaho, Utah, and Arizona had positive growth in employment in 2020, while the other states had negative growth. The other 7 states that you have here had the least decline in employment in 2020 compared to 2019. And California is more than number 15. Certainly that's much worse than what the growth rate used to be before. These are the 10 worst employment growth. You have Hawaii, Alaska, you have also Michigan and Minnesota and New England. I really don't know why New England has been hit so bad. And they have some of the worst decline in employment in 2020. The unemployment rate, this is for December. We still don't have the unemployment rates at the state level and county levels yet for January. For the US, it's 6.7%. California is 8.8%. So California economy has been impacted more negatively than the nation as a whole. For Orange County here, where Chapman University is located, we are at 7.4%. Mind you that our unemployment rate before the recession was close to 2.5%. Los Angeles has been dragging a little more compared to other counties before the recession and during the recession and after it. The unemployment rate stood at the 10.7%. San Francisco and Santa Clara, their unemployment rate was extremely low before, and they are still doing a little better than other counties at 6.1% and 6%. Payroll employment. The dip, obviously, like any other state and like the US, in the month of April and May was quite steep. Orange County performed a little worse than California, partly because of leisure and hospitality sector, which has a larger percent of the economy of Orange County compared to the US and compared to California. And the decline in California was practically the same as for the United States. But when it comes to the recovery, the US recovered a little bit faster than California and Orange County. If you take total employment and you subtract services, you can see that the decline was not steep at all for the sectors such as mining, construction, the government, and manufacturing. And the recovery has been on the shallow side, so slightly better, but not much better. On the other hand, if you take services by themselves, the decline certainly was much steeper, close to around 18%. That again, this is for California. And if you look at leisure and hospitality by itself, the decline was very steep at around 48%. Certainly that sector has recovered, but in December, it was still 30% below December of 2019, while services in general were at a little bit under 10% compared to December 2019. As I mentioned earlier, the decline was almost the same for the US and California in the second quarter of 2020. The US recovered a little bit faster at a higher growth rate. But in the second half of this year, we expect the California payroll employment to improve a little bit faster than at the US. So in a way, we will catch up a little bit. That's because we expect leisure and hospitality sector to recuperate faster in the second half of this year, as Disneyland and other parks that play a major role, not only their own employment, but the employment of the communities that are around them. Here in Orange County, for example, there's a huge number of hotels and motels and restaurants that rely on attendance in Orange County, and many of them has shut down because Disneyland has been closed for a long time. And that has impacted really the economy, not only of the private sector in the city of Anaheim and Orange County, but also at the city level and city revenues, particularly of the city of Anaheim, that relies very heavily on taxable sales for their revenues. I wanted to compare what happened in 2020 on average, as far as employment is concerned for various sectors compared to 2019. You notice the financial sector has barely been affected. Construction down by 3.5% or so. Education and healthcare also not very much, by 3.6%. But if you go all the way down, manufacturing was impacted a lot more, more than 6%, and leisure and hospitality by a whopping close to 25%. So 1 in 4 jobs was lost in that sector on average for 2020 compared to 2019. The recession has not spared Silicon Valley. One would think that their employment would not be affected as much, but it did. And the decline was practically the same as for California as a whole. And you can see that decline was worse than what we had back in 2008 during the previous recession. So Silicon Valley really suffered as much as the state as a whole, as far as employment is concerned. There is a major item that I'd like to talk about, which is the population growth rate in California. California has not seen a growth rate in the population close to zero for decades, if not for more than a century. In 2020, and this is data comparing the middle of 2020 to the middle of 2019. California added only 21,000 people. That's the smallest number it has added in decades. In Orange County, actually, the population went down by around 4,000 people. So there was a slight decrease in the population. It looks like California is going to have to think hard about the impact of a close to zero population growth rate, maybe even a negative growth rate in the coming years. Because that's going to have a major impact on the economic recovery in the short term, the growth of the economy in the medium term, and it will have a major impact on employment. So this is what has happened. If you look at a little bit of the details, this is the data since 2011, so that's the last 10 years. The net natural change in the population, that's birth minus death, has been declining slightly over time. International migration was increasing up to 2016, but since then, it started going down. And as you know, this was the beginning of the Trump administration. So that has affected international migration to California. I don't know about other states, but my guess is something similar has happened in other states as well. The other major concern is the net outflow from California to other states. So the gray line shows the inflow from other states to California, and we subtract the outflow to other states. that net outflow has been increasing for the last 10, 11 years. And that has had a major impact on population growth. This is where people leaving the state where they're going. And this is again the net outflow. So in the last 11 years, from 2009 to 2019, 329,000 people left California over and above those who came from Texas to California. As George mentioned earlier, there's also a lot of out-migration to Arizona. So 230,000 people left California to Arizona over and above those who came from Arizona to California. As you can see, the majority of those who leave go to adjacent states. So Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, Washington. The total is around 1.3 million net outflow in 11 years. So that's an average of 120,000 per year. It is much higher in the last 5 years. And that's why the concern here is that the trend is getting worse over time rather than being stable. At the Center for Economic Research, together with the Claremont McKenna College, we take a survey of consumer sentiment in California. Certainly, as expected, it dipped steeply in the second quarter of the year. Unfortunately, in the fourth quarter of 2020, it stayed at a very low level. It barely a little higher than what it was in the second quarter. The survey was taken in the middle of the quarter. So that was before people really had any insight as to how the vaccine is going to play out and how fast it will be administered and how many will get it and how soon the economy will open. The questions also ask about the expectation about their current consumption as future consumption for 2021. And people were hesitant of making really big plans for expenditures, not knowing what the future may hold. The housing outlook. Total permits were around 100,000 units in 2020, a little less than the previous 2 years, 3 years. They're expected to be higher in 2021, but nothing really close to what the governor wanted. The plan by Governor Newsom was to build 500,000 units a year and achieve 3.5 million units in 7 years. Obviously, we did not do that in 2019, and we didn't do it in 2020, and we are not going to do it in the coming 5 years either. We will not even come close to anything to 500,000 units. We'll be lucky if we reach 150,000, maybe 5 years from now. On average, in the long term, it took in California 4.3 months to sell the inventory or the listed number of houses listed for sale. In the fourth quarter of 2020, it took only 1.3 months. That's an extremely low number. And that's one of the major reasons why housing prices have increased at a high rate in 2020. Prices for single-family homes increased by 9.9% in 2020, and we're expecting them to continue to increase at least 7.3% in 2021. Actually, I just looked at the data that came out. In the month of January, the increase was, believe it or not, 21% compared to January of 2020. I hope it is not going to continue like this for the rest of the year. So we'll see. Single family homes will reach 697,000 in 2021, and that will be a huge increase percentage-wise, 152%, compared to the bottom in 2009, that was at 276,000. This is some counties and what their prices were in the fourth quarter of 19 and 2020. San Francisco is still at the top of the list at 1.6 million. Santa Clara follows it at 1.4. And you can see the percentage change. San Francisco had a very, very small increase compared to previous years, only 3.9%. For obvious reasons, employment has been hit really bad in San Francisco. Rents in some areas have gone down by around 20%, particularly rents of office space. But you can see the other counties, they are all, at least the ones that I have listed, are in double digit. With the higher prices, the affordability is on the low side. A number of 100 indicates that that the median family income to qualify to purchase a median family home is exactly equal to the actual. So when we are at around 82 or 83%, it means the median family income is only 82% of what it takes to qualify to purchase a median family home. So what do you expect in the near future? A strong recovery in the second half of this year, particularly in the leisure and hospitality sector. The population outflow and no growth in the population is going to be a major concern to deal with. Unfortunately, home prices are going to continue to increase with their negative impact on outflow from California. And housing construction is going to improve, but nothing close to what the administration would like to see. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, we will open it up for questions for a few minutes, and thanks for the concise presentation, Raymond. Appreciate that very much. We have any folks out there who want to ask about California? I find it amazing watching it on TV, Raymond, the LA area in particular. It's horrifying, some of the things that you've unfortunately experienced.
Yeah.
Do you see it coming more back to normal now?
Not a lot. In Orange County, we're still in that purple tier. There are 4 tiers here in California, purple being the worst of them. That's when the positivity rate is very high, more than 5%. It has declined a lot. It was in the double digit in the last couple of months. That's why restaurants are still closed. The parks are still closed. So there is takeout, you know, they have allowed lately in the last few weeks, dining outdoors, but not indoors. Everything is still closed indoors. So we are hoping that we will go to the red tier, which is the third one, and that things will start reopening. And LA area is even worse than Orange County. So things are improving, no doubt about it, but we are not where we would like to be yet.
Any other questions?
So Ray, you talked about the outflow of population to other states, including Nevada. So I'm wondering, in your case, where are you going to move to?
You have a job opening at your university, so maybe I will move there if I lose my job here at Chapman.
Well, with that, I'm going to, if there are no further questions, I'm going to switch over. I have to shut my video off for just a second. I'll be with you in a moment. and pick up the screen share and share the screen. The screwy thing going on, which I haven't figured out yet, but I have two screens and Zoom is spreading them out, so I have difficulty when I'm doing a presentation. I have to look at the other screen, and I haven't figured that out yet. But Pete Parcells, high-tech Pete Parcells, will be able to help me after this session's over. So I'm very pleased to be here, and I heard some very interesting things in the first two presentations, and I will maybe highlight some of those. I am going to try very much to keep my comments, go through my slides briefly. This is from our forecast that we delivered in December. We had built in the second stimulus, as George had mentioned, but we had not built in and have not built in at this point the next stimulus. I have an interesting sidebar on that comment. We met last week, Governor's Revenue Estimating Advisory Committee, and they're seeking input from us to see how they can spend what they anticipate being a $3 billion gift to the state government, and they want to make sure they spend it wisely. So, political statement, this is too much stimulus. Moving along. No tax breaks for the wealthy. Okay, I got it off my chest. So moving along here, focusing on Colorado, let me just pick up some of the items that I've heard. I thought, George, very interesting on Arizona. We're experiencing a slowdown in in-migration, a net in-migration, or at least our demographer is forecasting that. We don't know what the net of everything is going to be at this point in time. And I think this is one of the most interesting interfaces we've seen in forecasting, at least, the interface between migration and to rural areas, migration to out of cities. When does it go back to cities? We'll talk more as we go along. We've seen a lot of movement into the rural high amenity parts of Colorado when people are working remotely. But how long will that last? How much time will businesses allow people to work remotely? A day a week? Will they let them work completely remotely? We think that creates or casts a lot of uncertainty in terms of the economic forecast. And the state demographer, at least, is making the suggestion that the growth in the population, or her forecast is that the growth in the population is going to very much be along our front range and our MSAs, if you will. We have one other MSA out in the western part of the state in Mesa County. Although I would highlight, if you're not following along, the redefining the population number for MSAs, which is going to, I think, impact many of us who have some smaller MSAs in the state. They're going, as I understand it, they're going to go after the population stuff is finished up in another year and a half. It's going to be at the 250,000 threshold now. People can correct me in the Q&A part. So this is, we don't ever do this. We do this in our econometric forecasts, and we're doing a lot of them. We're doing a lot of revenue forecasts. All these cities have jumped on board and they're asking for more help in understanding their revenues. So we do a lot of revenue forecasting, and we always give bands in our revenue forecast and so on, and try to fall within the high confidence interval. But we don't typically do this when we do our consensus release in December. And this time there was just so much uncertainty in so many sectors at that point in time that we did. I was going to tell everybody to mute their phones before we started. I should have told myself. Sorry. So we are looking at a wide band, and we're forecasting 40,000 jobs. But what I'd like to highlight, and particularly in the context of Georgia's comments, we're looking at 149,000 job loss this year. Again, that's the average over the year. and dramatically wipes out a huge percentage of the gains we've had for a number of years. And in our forecast, at least, we're not getting back to the same employment level until 2022 in the state of Colorado. So definitely not performing at the level of the states that are growing, like Utah and Idaho, but certainly not performing at the level of even the Arizonas of the world in terms of the employment situation. And it's been a little bit mystifying, as I'll show you here in a moment. This is the December year over year. Again, there's so many problems with the monthly data that we all know about. So we're very much looking to see what the revisions are going to be. And that 149,000 job loss is based on our estimates of the QCEW revisions that are going to come out, not based on what we're seeing in the monthly data. And I know this audience is well educated to this topic, so I don't need to expand on that much more. But you will see, in terms of corporate headquarters, in terms of transportation and utilities, including warehousing, obviously, federal government, that was largely the census, manufacturing, and even retail were up slightly. And then professional, scientific, and technical, we've really experienced some very, very positive expansion in telecom, but mostly in sort of cloud computing and firms that are falling in PST sort of category. And we're getting absolutely hammered at the bottom in accommodations and food services, arts, entertainment, and recreation, and in the natural resources sector. So when we look at this, this is, again, December year over year. This is where our estimates are, and not unlike the other states that have a significant population of employees, or a significant number of employees in leisure and hospitality. That sector got crushed. And unlike some of the other states, we did another shutdown in October, November period, as we started to see a really big escalation, and we saw job loss in both November and December in terms of our numbers, which really jumped our unemployment rate, as unreliable as it is, but into levels we hadn't seen in sort of forever. So we think of ourselves, at least some of our state thinks of themselves as we're a tourism state. Well, when you think about it from a location quotient standpoint, we're much more heavily concentrated in minerals. We're a top 10 producer in coal, oil, and gas, not necessarily places you want to be. We're a top 12 or so in solar and wind. So we have a very heavy dependence on sort of the energy sector in the state. And then information, and then professional and business services, high location quotients. The fourth one over, I guess I draw your attention to, arts and entertainment and recreation, as those of you listening know from NAICS codes, a sub-piece of the L&H, leisure and hospitality. And you can see we overshare there, but we don't overshare very much in accommodations and food services. So for a state that's, some people consider, with a significant tourism base, it's really in that arts, entertainment, and recreation. It's the river rafting, it's the ski companies, all of those things are what are giving us the larger share in that particular piece. And with what's gone on, that's obviously been hit very hard. And we've done well. We had one of the top performing economies in terms of percentage of increase in manufacturing. And you can see why that's true. If you look to the far left, we are very heavy in beverage and manufacturing, tobacco, food products in general. So ag value added in the ag sector. So I thought you might find this interesting. If you lived in Colorado and saw this slide for the last X years as we present it, it's a total flip from where it's been. When you look at the places that have been adding the jobs, they're all the way out on the right-hand side of the graphic. Boulder and Fort Collins and had been in high growth areas. You look at the left-hand side, Grand Junction had been one of the slower growth areas, but certainly Colorado Springs and Pueblo, which have suffered sort of the least, if you will, in the state, other than Grand Junction. And what do you see with the 3 or even 4 MSAs to the right-hand side? Universities, Boulder, a university town, Fort Collins, a university town, Greeley, a university town. All 3 of those have universities, 30,000 enrollment or above, and in not huge population cities. So you really see the effects of what this has done. And we did not do what some of we were talking about prior to the actual session starting. We have not been allowed to vaccinate the students, even though we have the capabilities in the campus. And the only thing we've been able to do, we have a very rapid spit test that we developed, that we started doing back in the fall, and we have everybody on campus has to take that test once a week, and we have a lot of tech behind what we're doing, but we haven't been able to inoculate the faculty or the staff or the students at this point in time. The governor has prioritized K through 12. So you can sort of see that, and it'll come back to play in a little bit. We've also seen, disappointing spike in initial unemployment claims. There's so much of a mess with this data in terms of fraud that I don't know where we are, the Nigerian hack and everything else that's going on. I have twice been submitted for unemployment insurance by some other entity, most recently about 2 weeks ago, but prior to that, back early on, back in April, May. So whoever has the databases of Social Security numbers is submitting these things, and it's really causing a lot of difficulty in terms of both seeking the fraud, finding the fraud, but also for slowing down legitimate claims, and this is causing some real tension in the state. I also would highlight, Raymond, you've seen your fair share in California, it seems like, based on at least what I've been reading and seeing. So we'll take that from there. Yeah. And what you might expect to see, the unemployment rates by county, the Eastern Plains, which are agriculture, very low unemployment rates, but you tend to see higher unemployment rates in our mountain communities that are more tourism based. Nothing, I guess, too surprising. You do see higher unemployment rates in the college-based areas as well, in Weld County in particular, Larimer County, and so on. So this is data that you're familiar with from the BLS, but it really highlights, going into this recession. We can debate this. If you read, former President Trump's material with the Council of Economic Advisors, they argue very strongly that they had made a lot of improvement in terms of wage gaps in the country and employment gaps. We can debate that part a little bit, but we can't debate what's happened since, both nationally and in Colorado. And you can see that the low-income service sector jobs were most greatly impacted and continue at least through December in Colorado, with our shutdown or our close down again, really have continued to impact. So we have a color scheme. I don't think it's different in many states, but we have a color scheme. And we were at level red, bordering on purple in many counties, especially along the Front Range. We're back to we're back to yellow, moving towards green in many of these places. We've really had an unbelievable drop off in infectious diseases, in hospitalizations. We've had a really, really good recovery the last couple of months. So hopefully we're wrong in our forecast and it doesn't take us to 2022, but we're going to be interested in seeing, again, as mentioned by George and I think Ray, how fast the rollout occurs, and how much that changes in behavior. And for us, of course, part of it is even, conferences coming back to Denver. We really had built the convention business in Denver. And so far, we're not seeing, for the fall at least, any sort of movement back. I think I can say this. Pat can yell at me if I shouldn't be saying this, but we put a proposal on the table for the fall Arbor meeting to move it to February because of the uncertainty. And I think the organization's going to move forward with that, but Pat can sort of comment on that when he does his comments later. So looking at our change, this is where we think 2021, the jobs, well, again, this is the middle of our barbell, but we still think the information sector and especially government continues to have job loss. Tourism, leisure and hospitality has gained, but the gain from leisure and hospitality is a really minor offset from how much we've lost. Annual average wages are still strong. So just sort of a quick comment on that before talking a little bit about some of the sectoral impacts. So national construction numbers, again, sort of paralleling some of what Ray has mentioned in his presentation. We find that looking at the national numbers are definitely useful in terms of how you're doing relatively, and you saw that in both George's slides and Ray's slides, how you're doing relative to the national numbers. The national numbers, of course, have held up a little bit. Residential, of course, in 2020 was strong. Non-residential or commercial, not as strong, as you can see from the slide. And when you look at that in a little bit more detail in the construction sector nationally, you see the types of things that had growth, and you see an awful lot of things that had decline. Manufacturing facilities, office, lodging, amusement and recreation, and so on. You see basically the infrastructure pieces up in the right-hand corner, power, public safety, water supply, and so on, but where we saw the 2020 numbers move up in terms of overall non-residential construction. So there is a lot of concern here. The construction sector is important to the state, and where do we go from here is extremely important as we go forward. Residential 2020 was up for Colorado. Our committee, as you'll see in a moment, is, well, maybe not in too much detail, but our committee is forecasting a decline, and I think I saw a decline in permits in Ray's forecast too. I certainly, or George's, but they don't think this housing, at least production, is going to grow over the previous year, and for a whole set of reasons, regulatory reasons, corona lag effects, and so on. But right now, very short time in terms of months on market. And again, excluding the northern MSAs, Denver, Boulder, Larimer, Greeley, the northern part of the Front Range, we see much stronger housing growth in excluding that area. So right now, the growth has been funneled away to lower cost areas or more rural areas of the state. So again, you see our forecast here for 2021 in terms of decline in the, did I freeze it all? You can sort of tell me if I froze. A decline in the residential building permits. I'm okay, good, thanks. In our forecast for a variety of reasons. So this slide, again, FHFA through Q4, George mentioned in his presentation, this is through Q4. If you look at Pueblo, that's our lowest cost MSA in the state by far. And then the Springs and Grand Junction, also very low cost MSA. So we've seen the large housing appreciation occurring in the low-cost MSAs, and on the right-hand side, Boulder and Fort Collins and so on, you can see the higher-cost MSAs, and they're appreciating much less rapidly. So a couple of underlying things here to tie this to the rest of our Western states presentations. So one, I think that parallels people moving out of some of the bigger cities to smaller cities or to and places that have more space, if you will. If you look to the left of the Pueblo and looked at the individual, what are these representing on the left-hand side of the graph? A couple of them are in Idaho that you're going to hear about in the next presentation. No, not the next presentation, the first presentation in the second session. A couple of them are Arizona that George mentioned, fast housing price appreciation in Arizona. Lakeland, Florida, a place we were looking to buy potentially a home. That area is just going up extremely rapidly. So you are seeing definite year-over-year home price effects that I think you would have to call corona related. Overall, we think construction is going to hold up in the state, but we hear an awful lot of projects being put on hold in terms of the construction industry. All right, moving and trying to stay within place. Tourism, quick comment. So our DIA employments, you can sort of see where we are year over year through November. We have the unofficial numbers for December. We work closely with the airport, and we are still down in the sort of 50% range. We are the third busiest airport in the United States, and that's because we typically fifth or sixth, but we rely less on international travel, and international travel has been impacted more in this downturn. So the airport is underperforming dramatically, but outperforming at the same time. And this is our leisure and hospitality job loss, and I'm really just highlighting here that this is the percent change, and you can see that in both November and December that accelerated as more restaurants folded with the additional restrictions. We'll see whether or how long they weather the storm. Quick comments on natural resources and mining. 2020 was a really difficult year. We started to see a slowdown in the economy in February before the massive amount of impact from Corona. This was really very much affected by the oil prices, oil and gas prices, but very much oil for Colorado. Coal has been on this trend for a long time. I don't think you're going to see much change in that, but certainly oil and gas are still major sorts of piece of our national natural resource output. And again, I just mentioned this, we're sixth highest output for crude oil in the country. So what are some of the things we're looking at? And this was sort of George talking about going to high frequency, and we're following the Opportunity Insights data as well. We're getting monthly printouts. This is not super high frequency, but we're getting the new entity filings from the Secretary of State's office. We've been doing this for a long period of time. We track this data fairly closely. It has had a pretty good correlation with job growth in the state. We've tried to look into that a little bit in terms of what's sort of what's driving that, if you will. And certainly some of it has to do with both small business and young business percentages in the state. We're number 17 in terms of small business, but we're actually number 4 in terms of firms that are 5 years old or younger. So we have a lot of sort of startup mentality going on and expansion mentality going on. And when correlated econometrically with employment growth, you can see that this young business seemingly correlates very highly with employment growth. And you can see our neighbors to the west that you'll hear from in the second section, Utah, way out at the end of this curve. Utah, dramatic, I would argue, really positive economy. I'm sure Juliet's going to say that as well. They're doing lots of great things out there. So you can sort of see that the picture, and you can see West Virginia sort of back all the way on the bottom left-hand corner. Moving through venture capital, something else we track, and this is some of the, again, we had another solid year in 2020. We pay a lot of attention to this with the startup environment that we operate in. So, and we tend to be a state that overshares dramatically in venture capital. given the size of the state, we're typically ranked in per capita in the top 4 or so for venture capital investment. Again, following along with comments made by George in the first piece, foreclosure activity very, very low. Whether or not that's being is that being affected by some of the policies that are in place? Probably so. And bankruptcies in particular, which he addressed, actually going down in 2020. It's hard to envision that holds for 2021, but it will depend on additional backfilling and additional PPP and other types of things. But we know we're going to have some businesses to replace on Main Street retail, and certainly a lot of small business in terms of restaurants as well. We've seen quite a number of closings. I have to say, George, the advantage of warm weather, yes, less regulation, but also warm weather. I mean, it's hard to see a lot of people outside in Colorado in the dead of winter during the days. Some of the restaurants bought heaters, and we have tents and other types of things, but it certainly, I think, impacts cold weather states more, the virus. So our own leading economic indicator, closing out my section here, our own leading economic indicator showed still below 50 for the Leeds Business Confidence Index for the first quarter, but going well into positive on the second quarter. This was again being hinged, or the belief being that we would see the rollout of the vaccine and it would have a more significant impact starting in the second quarter. We still don't know when things get back to normal. People keep asking me that question, and I say, not before normal, I think 2022, honestly. But even somewhat normal, I think you're talking the latter part of this year, and that's part of what is built into our employment forecast. And then I'll close with this slide. You don't need to read all of these pieces, but I do this when we talk about, talk to other audiences. We really try to look at why there's so much uncertainty in the forecast and what are the different things we're building in that's uncertainty. And so there's negatives. J1, I think you're getting feedback from me, but we're looking at the variance, and so on, the recovery of tourism and events and so on. You can see that in the red, which is the real headwinds of the economy. But really, the things in the middle are probably more of the question marks in terms of the speed of the employment recovery. Are we going back to the office? How soon will people resume their normal behavior? What's the impact going to be on office space and real estate? In our case, in our state in particular, drought is always a question. We've had tremendous snowfall in February, but boy, we didn't have much before then. So, what's our water situation going to be? Is productivity going to be going up or down? You can read lots of articles on that. And then education, what's the impact going to be on higher ed in particular in terms of enrollments and long-term budget issues? And then again, you might be surprised I've got personal income in there, but people have come to rely on all these transfer payments. And as I think Ray highlighted very nicely, that debt is ugly and it's getting uglier, and sooner or later someone's got to pay attention to it. So I think we're going to need to move off of all of these transfer payments that we're doing now, particularly the tax cuts part of that. So I'm closing, and I might have a couple of minutes for a question if anybody has a question out there. Does anybody have? 2 participants have raised their hand.
Yeah, Rich, we have a question from Dave.
Dave.
Hi
How are you,
there.
David?
I'm back. 2 points, Rich. One is you mentioned the downturn in the convention business in Colorado. The next and possibly the first in-person regional science meeting is scheduled for November in Denver. North American meetings of the Regional Science Association International. So
Yes.
we're going to do our bit to help you out, hopefully.
Well, thank you. That's
yeah,
great.
given the demographics of regional scientists, most of us will have been vaccinated by then too. So, the other point was you mentioned about the proposed change in the definition of metropolitan areas.
Yes.
And I just wanted to give a little background on that because I was actually on a committee that met at the Office of Management and Budget. There's now a Federal Register notice out about this change. The change that was proposed is actually not to 250,000, but 100,000 people in the urbanized area core to be considered metropolitan. The comment period goes until March 19th. And I just looked, there's 54 comments, and the vast majority of those are from mayors and county officials and so on, places that would be, you know, impacted, the places that would, based on population estimates, of course, we don't know the 2020 populations yet, but would be downgraded from, if you want to think of it that way, from metropolitan to micropolitan status. There are a couple of comments, though, the other way around from people that want funds for rural areas and are happy about this because they won't any longer be adjacent to a metropolitan area. And this would actually help some rural areas. So there's a kind of an interesting geographic dynamic there. I remember when it was proposed by one of the committee members to increase it, and there was quite a bit of talk about what relevant thresholds and so on are these days, and 50,000 is very low based on international definitions. But I said, oh my God, there's going to be a firestorm about that change. And the Trump administration official at OMB says, well, great, let's do it. So anyway, we'll see how this all shakes out.
So the change, I didn't say it correctly, so repeat again what the change.
Yeah, so the change is from 50,000, which has been ever since we first defined metropolitan areas in 1950, I think, census. 50,000 has been the critical threshold. And that's for the core, the urbanized area core area. And then you take the entire county that contains the core or multiple counties based on commuting patterns and so on. But the proposed change is to go from 50,000 to 100,000.
Okay, to a
core. I can send you the materials, the report, and the Federal Register notice, and there's a map there that shows all of the current metropolitan areas that might be affected given, you know, I think it was 2019 population estimates.
So I actually knew that, and I said it wrong in the presentation, but I knew the 54 because it's one of the issues we're talking about. So you probably know Michael Hargan or have met him back in time, but he's now with Upjohn, but he was with the federal government. So he's on our economic measurement seminar and steering committee. We're putting the meeting together for the summer, the federal data kind of stuff that we talk about. And so that's one of the topics that people were really interested in. He claims that people are yelling pretty loudly from those 54 places. So
yes, yeah, no. You can, if you read some of those comments, there's some pretty strong comments.
yeah.
And it's all about the federal funds and different programs that use these. That's
it is about federal funds, but it's also about reporting of data in terms of us. We get a lot more on Grand Junction, you know, because they're an MSA.
Sure, and a discontinuity.
Right.
I mean, they change the standards a little bit every time. So, you know, there's always efforts to go back and recreate consistent units.
So with that, I'm going to stop. I just stopped my share so we can move on to Peter. And I guess I violated my own thing. I'm Rich Wabican from the University of Colorado Leeds School of Business. I didn't introduce myself. Affiliated with the Business Research Division as faculty director, but also part of the finance faculty and also associate dean for business and government relations. Thank you.
All right. I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. Stop share. Try again. Let me try again. Maybe it was I apologize. I just share my desktop and find what I'm trying to share. Not that. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So my name is Peter Flecky. I'm an economist with UHERO, closely collaborating with longtime Albrights, Carl Bonham, and Byron Gagnes, and working on the forecast for Hawaii. And let's just dive in. Can you see my screen? Hello.
Yep, looks like it's working.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so as you can see on this slide, Hawaii ranks the last in the nation in terms of output. And that's no surprise since Hawaii is so heavily tourism dependent. Tourism represents about 16% of GDP, 22% of taxes, and this extensive tourism dependence meant that Hawaii has consistently had the highest unemployment rate in the US since the pandemic began. And that of course then translates into other measures, output and labor income. Just for comparison, if you do this, during the same period that is presented on this slide, the US GDP was down only 3.4%. So Hawaii is effectively 3 times worse than the US average. Now, the story is not exactly the same. In fact, it's very different if you look at personal income. And as a couple presenters today pointed this out, there was a huge boost from the CARES Act last year, and fiscal support is very helpful, especially for lower income households. Now again, just for understanding what the size of the fiscal support has been for Hawaii, historically and in 20 Q1, transfer payments were at the level of approximately 13 billion. And in the next 2 quarters, in Q2 and Q3 of last year, the transfer payments averaged twice as much, about 26 billion. Now, what then this meant for overall personal income was that overall personal income in the state actually grew 6.5% in inflation-adjusted terms to the 3rd quarter. So the big contrast between being the last in terms of GDP in the nation, but not doing as bad in terms of overall income. Now, as I mentioned, job losses, that they were huge and widespread, really. If you look at this figure, you notice that some of the industries that are closely tied to tourism suffered the worst declines. And I'm comparing the job losses in Hawaii to job losses in the US by industry so that you have a feel for how we have been doing. So losses across the board. And clearly, for example, if you look at the transportation and utilities sector, which actually the job losses mostly occurred in transportation, down more than 30% in Hawaii, but not barely anything or not too much at the national level. Obviously, accommodation and food is another tourism-dependent industry that also saw huge job losses, but the numbers are more comparable to the national level. So essentially the carnage is across the board, but it's true for the US and Hawaii. What I'm trying to point out here is that we have been much worse off. Here is a timeline of how job losses have evolved in the US. And so you are familiar with the big decline around the shutdown, and then the recovery, and more recently, the national job reports were flattening out. In fact, in December, there was a slight decline, and then January was a small increase. essentially job gains have flattened out. Now, the way how the slide is set up, the scales are comparable. So approximately 20% of the labor force on both axes. So this also illustrates the magnitude of the job losses in Hawaii. To begin with, we had a greater decline around the initial shutdown. Then there was a brief recovery before the summer, but in the summer, Hawaii was hit with another wave, or actually for us, that was the first wave. Wasn't very big, but the governor and essentially the government immediately reacted, and we had a shutdown from August that then kind of stopped the job growth. And then later on in early fall, in October, the economy started to open up again, and that's when tourism was allowed to open up first time last year, and that helped continuing growth in jobs. Having said that, altogether, non-farm jobs in Hawaii are still down 16% below December 2019 levels. So in December, they were down about 16% below year earlier levels. So still bad. So on this slide, I just wanted to, sorry. On this slide, I just wanted to illustrate the dynamics of how the job losses and recovery. So and I'm categorizing the industries into two groups. On the left-hand side, you see those groups that are more local industries, construction, government, and on the right-hand side, you see those that are more tourism dependent. And the trade is in the middle. Trade is depending on both. Obviously, visitors are spending their money in the state, but obviously also local residents too. And so the local economy kind of came back halfway, or just essentially, if you look at those sectors, we are down about 5%. But then the biggies are, again, the tourism-dependent industries, and they had bigger declines and also only came back a smaller fraction of the decline. So for example, accommodation and food, initially it had a decline of more than 50%, and it only came back 1/3 of that decline. So some of you have alluded to the difficulty of forecasting in this fast-paced environment. And our solution was to come up with a high-frequency index of economic conditions in Hawaii. This index is currently it has 19 components. They are all either daily or weekly variables at the state level, so for Hawaii. And the data is released within a week of, within a week of the reference period, so that it's on the one hand high frequency, on the other hand it's very short lag. And so we combined all these 19 variables using extracting the first principal component from them, which is, by the way, very similar to the simple weighted average of the variables. So it could be constructed even easier than what we are doing, and it gives very similar results. The way this index can be interpreted is we scale it so that the biggest decline from the pre-pandemic period is 100%. And then effectively denoting the bottom with 0, and then we are measuring with the index how much we have come back from the full decline. And so here again, if you look at the red line, that's the index. You see that after the initial shutdown, there was a recovery period, but then again, around the second shutdown, in fact, the conditions started deteriorating even before the official shutdown occurred, as people reacted to the rising number of cases. And then after the shutdown was over, we reversed the course, and now we are heading up again. But in the last 2 months, the progress has slowed down significantly. So one of the reasons why we see a slower growth in recent months is obviously that third wave on the mainland, and that affected tourism. And also overall the local conditions were wary, given the fact that people watch the news and they look at what's going on nationally. they react and hold back on their activities. Just one more word about the composition of the index. So some of the variables are mobility based. Some are focused on the labor market. We have a local payroll firm sharing information about processed payrolls. We have home base, which is a national actually a company based in Washington State, but they are tracking small businesses nationally. We also have like Womply. It's a small business. It's a company that is looking at small business revenues and sharing that information. So lots of good stuff here. And initially, I had the idea to actually create this index for every state in the U.S. But during these times, it's really hard to focus on research. So I'm stuck with Hawaii for now. Moving on, the index actually is really good in terms of predicting employment. So here you see the index and the employment levels. And as I mentioned earlier, in the last 2 months, the index has kind of flattened out. And in fact, in December, we had a 2,500 job drop in December in the state. And we don't expect much growth. And we'll see what happens in February. February is not over, and the index started pointing up again. In fact, it's at its highest level since the start. So it's at 47% currently. So hopeful about the future on that end. Now that sticking to the labor market, the unemployment rate statewide peaked at 24% in April. But as you can see on this slide, clearly there was heterogeneity across the counties. Kauai and Maui are very much tourism dependent and more tourism dependent than, for example, Oahu. And so their labor market was clobbered more. Now, we have seen a decline. Statewide unemployment came down to just 9% in December. That's good news. But many of these workers who are returning are working at reduced hours. And so that's potentially going to be a problem also going forward. And another phenomenon that we have noticed is that there has been a decline in the labor force, and in fact, the labor force has been stagnating at very low levels. So some of the decline in unemployment rates is due to the fact that people are leaving the labor force, which is not welcome. Now, here is a comparison of the virus spread in the major tourism markets. So Hawaii gets 40% of its arrivals from California, and the other states that are listed here are the 6th largest visitor markets for Hawaii. And clearly, all of them experienced, to a certain extent, the third wave. Hawaii has managed the pandemic better than many, if not all, other states. And in fact, if you look at the per 100,000 resident number, currently we are at 3 cases per 100,000 residents, so fairly low. And also that red line at the bottom indicates that we never really had a huge explosion aside from that summer surge. So the good news is today is the day when Oahu is moving to the next tier. We are also in a tier system, 4 tiers, and we have been stuck in the 2nd tier since last October. And today is the day when the mayor is opening up the economy to the next tier, which just means that group sizes can be larger, restaurants can accommodate more people, and so the industries, the tourism industry, and also just generally the local economy is hopeful about the benefits of the reopening. Sticking with tourism, or given the previous slide showing you the major markets. So what happened was tourism was effectively shut down from the beginning of the pandemic through early October. And in early October, so up to that point, it was 14-day quarantine and no exceptions. Early in mid-October, Hawaii instituted a Safe Travels program, which allowed incoming visitors to avoid a quarantine if they had a negative test. And so that was obviously, as you can see, helped tourism. The interesting case is the case of Kauai, which opted out of this program in early or mid-December. And so you see Kauai is the red shaded county here, and they had up to 700-800 visitors per day until, this is now in weekly terms, so the scale is different, but so they had a good number of visitors coming before they opted out, and after they opted out, the number of visitors dropped to essentially a couple, up to 15, 20 visitors per day. So a big decline in the number of visitors to Kauai, but you see a Christmas surge, and then more recently there was a Valentine's Day surge in visitors. So that's looking good, but the scale is still misleading because these peaks that you see here, or the average for December, was 75% below the normal levels that we normally experience during, pre-pandemic times. So we still have a lot to go to get back. Again, Hawaii is very hopeful that the vaccinations will be helpful going forward. And right now, we have vaccinated approximately 16-70% of the population, or the first dose was administered to 15-16% of the population. So, and the other side is the US, where we mostly get, most of our visitors are coming from the US. So it's good to see that the vaccination is in progress. This is not really the case for international markets. So Canada, I think just recently started. Similarly, Japan, Korea, Australia is starting in late February. So international markets are still behind relatively, and we'll see how fast the vaccinations can proceed there. So as I mentioned, the US is the biggest tourism market for Hawaii. 2/3 of the visitors to Hawaii come from the US mainland. And so this is our forecast for the US GDP, but it's heavily influenced by institutional forecasts, national institutional forecasts. Effectively, dramatic improvement in COVID cases nationally, the rollout of vaccination and fiscal stimulus should help US GDP and US willingness to travel, and that would imply stronger upward trend in Hawaii tourism during the recovery. Given the large uncertainty of the times that we live in, we started producing scenarios. So we have a baseline forecast, that's the blue line for the current quarter, and it's compared to the red line, which was the baseline forecast from the previous quarter. So just comparing the baseline, you can see that we are more optimistic about prospects ahead. Again, the situation, improving situation nationally is a big boost for our optimism. But there are also possibilities to perhaps see faster rates of vaccination than we expected, and also a stronger impact of the fiscal support. But also on the downside, we potentially keep in mind the new strains of the virus that could recur, and there is a potential lasting damage from the recession. Overseas markets are still struggling. So we have pretty wide confidence intervals or high and low scenarios around our baseline, just to kind of highlight the uncertainty of the times that we live in. One thing that should help international arrivals is the weaker dollar, and exchange rates have come down quite a bit. And so that's, once visitors are able to come, they will perhaps be able to also be willing to spend their money in Hawaii, and that should be helpful for tourism spending. One of the limiting factors on, not right now, but once we are looking ahead and thinking about tourism expansion, is the supply of rooms. Even before the pandemic, there was new regulations were adopted, and old regulations were enforced on tourism vacation rent or transient vacation rentals. So you see, even in 2019, the expansion of Airbnbs and other transient vacation units has stalled and started to decline. And now, of course, with the drop, we have seen an even bigger decline in transient vacation rental units. Many of these are sitting on the sidelines. It doesn't mean that they can't come back to the market, but some of those, given the long hiatus in tourism, some of those will either be rented out or sold. So there's a potential for lower number of units available going forward in the future. So, and that brings me to housing. So it has been mentioned a couple of times, the pandemic kind of accelerated this transition to remote work, and Hawaii was mentioned as a potential destination for remote workers. It has been in the media quite a bit, and there's some anecdotal evidence of tech workers relocating to Hawaii, but really we don't necessarily see this in the data, at least not yet. So in this slide, you see the prices of single-family homes, and they have gone up quite significantly. In January, they are up 15% year on year. But if you're thinking about relocating distant remote workers, they would perhaps initially rent a place. And what you notice here is that we have an index of rents from Craigslist that we kind of compile from Craigslist advertisements. And that rent index has been on the decline. So at least through now, we don't see strong evidence for high demand for rental properties. Of course, as I mentioned before, there's also potentially more supply as the transient vacation rentals potentially increase the supply of rental on the rental market. So construction, effectively last year, private permits have been sagging. The one bright spot is government contracts, which skyrocketed, driven by military contracts and other infrastructure projects. The question is, can this hold up? So far, there seems to be solid interest for homes and for residential properties, and so at this point, we are hopeful that can hold, keep going. This slide just illustrates the impact of Hawaii's share of the federal funding. And before we knew that we're going to have additional funding, we had our baseline fourth quarter forecast for real income. You see the shift up due to the December package and the one that's being debated now. So we are essentially predicting another year of essentially flat income levels. So we had the big boost last year, and then income would be flat in 2021. And then the reckoning would happen in 2022 when all these fiscal packages go away. Again, we have three scenarios for the unemployment rate. And so the range just captures about the difference between the high and the low in 2021 is about 40,000 jobs. And so the optimistic scenario assumes fast virus control by the summer and a strong recovery of jobs. And the pessimistic scenario is effectively larger and more prolonged budget deficits, and the state would have to resort to partial furloughs of existing employees. So as some of you alluded to the picture on population, so we also see, we have been seeing a decline in population. Population actually has already dropped by about 20,000 since its peak. And we expect this trend to continue in the near future as there are potentially more opportunities on the mainland, and those who came here to explore Hawaii, they might find it easier to just move back to the mainland and find jobs there rather than tough it out here. But eventually we expect this population decline to flatten out because this is still a desirable destination, albeit quite expensive. And so with that, this is my last slide. And so thinking about, given the conditions we have experienced and the big economic decline, what are the opportunities going forward? Clearly, there are strong voices of repositioning tourism. In the past, the focus was on the numbers, and now people start thinking about, okay, we want high-value visitors who are willing to spend their money. In the last 30 years, effectively, the per capita spending, visitor spending, has been on the decline, and so that's not sustainable long-term. Invest into new data systems. There was the beginning of the pandemic when people started contact tracing. This was a big deal in the news that contact tracing took up really slowly in Hawaii. And the reason was because agencies were faxing information between each other. So clearly we are in need for updating our data systems. And obviously Hawaii is exposed to climate change. So there's plenty of opportunities there. And then again, as I mentioned before, that there are changing attitudes about acceptance of telework. Even before the pandemic, there were some high-rise office buildings downtown that began conversion to condo buildings, and that trend may continue. With that, thank you for your attention.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much, Peter. And we have a couple of minutes for questions and still give us a chance to have a decent break between now and the next session. Any thoughts there? I'm looking forward to going back to Maui, but I don't know how soon. Oh, I should have done this. I should give you this background, Peter.
So Rich, this is Chewan. I see Dave have raised his hand. I don't know, maybe it's just for the previous paper. He didn't. Okay, he lowered his hand.
I'm looking forward, though, to going to the Big Island in a couple of years, Jaywon.
Yeah, 2 years.
Isn't that where we're going to meet? We're going to have our panel session there.
Yeah, and the funny part is, like, my air ticket to Waikiki from Hawaiian Airlines, I learned from them, with the exception, I can still use it all the way to 2023. But McKenna Kaufman told me you should come before.
Wow. United's 2022. They told me I have to.
Those who can work remotely, they moved back home from their offices and they worked remotely. Clearly, you could see the desperation initially in Waikiki, for example. That's the tourist hub on this island. And what happened, many of those found more time for surfing. And in fact, you would expect that given the lack of tourists, the breaks would be empty, but that's not the case. In fact, there were more people at the breaks than before. So that was a big change.
Yeah. I guess Carl was one of those.
Although I also have to say, for us, the workload just tripled.
Yeah.
Probably for a few. Everyone was asking what's going on, can we expect any improvement, and that implied that, yeah.
I can't wait to go back in the office. I'm so tired of 300 emails a day, and it's crazy. All right, yeah. We're going to take a break if we don't have another question, or we can come back with a question for Peter if we want. But we have about 23 minutes until the session starts. So, and we're going to be leading off with Carl, I believe, alphabetically. We're up to Idaho.
The 13 students had COVID, and so they shut all those students down. It's been real kind of a mess, but like yourself, we really don't know what we're doing, but they're trying real hard to go back. And then we just found out our president, who just signed a 5-year contract, has really been under the gun for lots of different reasons, just announced he's retiring, which is, again, a lot of it related to all the disruptions. And we have some real financial issues as well. Anyway, just thought
we're a hybrid right now. And we're testing, I think you might have heard the beginning, we're testing everybody every week. We have massive testing for the campus. Anybody who's on the campus has to do this, and with the electronic backup. But we want to go to Carl, but what you just said triggered for me that's one of the reasons I'm not sure. If we don't know what we're doing in the fall yet, how come everybody thinks the rest of the world is going to be back to the way it was before in September? I mean, we're paying a lot of attention to this. We're not like helter skelter. So that's why I have a little bit of hesitation that we're going to, recover by, people want me to say September. I'm now like, I don't know. Anyway, with that, we're happy to have Carl with us today to present on Idaho, one of the shining stars of this economic panel. Carl, take it away.
Yeah, you bet. And actually, on a COVID-related note, I'm going to have to duck out not too long after my session to go get a shot in my arm. So, yeah. That's why I'm going to drop off. Thanks for the introduction, Rich. My name is Carl Geisler. I'm an associate professor of economics in the Department of Economics and Finance at Idaho State University. One of my roles here is as a forecaster for the state. So I help develop some state revenue forecasts for the legislature and a personal income forecast for the state tax commission. So I'd like to thank a couple of my colleagues that helped me with that. This presentation today definitely is drawing on some of the work that we did together over the last couple months. So thanks to Guido at Boise State and Steve at the University of Idaho. So Idaho has been doing really well by comparison. If we just look at the last decade or so, Idaho is growing. It's the second highest line right here, growing pretty high compared to our local neighbors. The only neighbor that's really doing a lot better is Utah. So in terms of growth rates, the state of Idaho has been doing remarkably well for the last decade, since the Great Recession. When we look at kind of the numbers, some of the baseline statistics that help explain what's been going on in Idaho, population growth has been a big part of that picture. So we've experienced some solid population growth over the last decade, but personal income growth has well outpaced the population growth, leading to some pretty drastic increase in per capita incomes for the state. In terms of state purchasing power and state growth, we still lag in terms of overall income versus the U.S. in general. But when you look at the cost of living in Idaho, this increase in per capita personal income has greatly enhanced the ability of Idahoans to buy goods and services. And in fact, that's one of the things that we see, and perhaps it's a function of the fact that the state is poorer than average, and marginal propensity to consume decreases with income. But we see Idahoans spending more of their income than the national average, which might be one of the explanations for why Idaho's doing okay right now, is that we're just spending more, and we spent more of our stimulus checks as compared to other states. So if you look kind of at the national economy, Idaho has more or less been tracking the national economy, although growing slightly faster in general for the last decade. We've experienced the same general downturn that everyone else has, but overall we've been doing very, very well, and the downturn has not hit us nearly as hard as other states. So this is quarterly personal income, 4-month moving average, and you can see that gray line there. That's Idaho's personal income. We've been growing faster than the U.S. on average for the last decade. One of the reasons for this is Idaho has a relatively diverse economy, and that's also one of the reasons why Idaho has probably been less impacted by the current pandemic than other states. You don't hear diversity in Idaho in the same sentence very often, at least not in a positive light. But I would like to point out that Idaho is one of the more diverse state economies. And one of the things that you'll note we don't have a lot of in this state is oil and gas production. So our energy primarily comes from hydroelectric power. That's doing relatively well, but we haven't been affected like our neighbors in Wyoming have been affected by the downturn in oil and gas prices. So you see, we're doing relatively well in terms of, these are all pre-pandemic numbers, but we have got a relatively diverse economy, pretty fair distribution across lots of different sectors, and we'll see here in a minute that as unemployment has been impacted significantly in a few sectors in Idaho, it hasn't. The relative distribution of where those job losses have occurred is one of the reasons we're a bright spot in the national economy. So unemployment in Idaho has been generally lower than we've seen across the U.S., especially since the Great Recession. One of the things to note that prior to the Great Recession, in the 3 or 4 recessions, prior to the current recession, in the 3 or 4 recessions before our current situation, Idaho grew faster in times of economic growth and also crashed harder when we had recessions. And we're seeing that trend not continue in the current downturn. So that's something that's been interesting to watch for Idaho, and something that we'll continue to watch and try and tease out as we get further into recovery. But you can see that the state of Idaho didn't nearly hit the peak. We were about 11% unemployment at our peak unemployment compared to the national average, and we've dropped considerably since then. So actually, just looking at the last year of unemployment rates, so pre-pandemic, we were about between 2.5% and 3% unemployment, which was below the national average for sure. Peaked at under 12% in April, and it's come down considerably. We were just under 4.5% unemployment in December. I'm not sure that it's stayed at that same level. Typically, January is a little bit higher unemployment numbers for us, but I wouldn't be surprised to see under 5% unemployment continuing through the first quarter of this year, and then continued declines in unemployment rates moving forward. So, I mean, if you said that we were going to be, nearly double the unemployment rate this year that we were last year, pre-pandemic, I think everyone would have been surprised. But the fact that we're less than double the unemployment rate compared to where the nation is at, we're doing really, really well. Compared to our baseline, we're higher than we ought to be. But again, by comparison, we're doing amazingly well. Kind of digging into those numbers a little bit more. These are 12-month percentage changes in employment by industry, and these are sorted by the December 2020 percentage change. So we've got financial activities higher in the pandemic year than they were 12 months prior to that. So kind of declining down, you see our total non-farm employment is actually up from a year prior. So pre-pandemic to this last December, we're up 6%, which is amazing, right? Given the general unemployment picture for the nation. We do have some losses in terms of unemployment numbers year over year. So just looking at these, education, government, other services, information, we've definitely lost jobs in those sectors. But the sectors that really contribute to the state's economy, particularly if we're looking at manufacturing and construction, these sectors being up are really the reason why Idaho is doing as well as it's doing compared to everybody else. So if we look at gross state product and personal income, those two track generally pretty well with one another over time. And we see going into the recession, we have this drop in our gross state product but we actually have this increase in our personal income. A lot of that's stimulus coming into the economy. And as I mentioned before, because Idaho is relatively poorer than the rest of the country, we have a slightly higher marginal propensity to consume. And so that's helped us a little bit better than you would expect the average state to come out of those stimulus packages. Looking at personal income and transfer receipts, we actually see that spike from the first stimulus there. So those income transfers are really explaining most of the increase in personal income, although we do have this kind of odd increase in personal income overall. Again, I think that's a secondary or a multiplier effect from people spending nearly all of that or a large chunk of their stimulus payments. If we look at consumption kind of year over year pre-pandemic, we were already on a pretty good path. And one of the things to point out is that at the start of our new fiscal year, actually our last fiscal year 2020, which ended in June of last year, state tax revenues actually came in at 13% above their forecast. So that's above the pre-pandemic forecast. And that left us as a state with nearly $500 million in budget surplus. So coming into the recession, the first quarter of the recession, we actually continued to accelerate state tax revenues, which has put the state in a really good position to continue to support and grow our local economy. And we anticipate seeing continued growth in personal income and consumption and state tax revenues for the foreseeable future. So whereas some states are being negatively impacted by the current economic situation, the state of Idaho is by and large avoiding it, if not benefiting from it, considering the fact that both the state and individuals within the state have been benefiting from ongoing stimulus at the federal level. So if we look at per capita personal income growth for the last decade, even going into, through 2020, we see that Idaho is slowly catching up with income levels nationwide. Again, we do lag behind the national average. However, the cost of living being so low has led to some pretty substantial population growth for the state. So you might recall from Raymond's presentation on California that one of the states where Californians are heading to, I think it was maybe fourth or fifth down on the list, was Idaho. So relatively, not a ton of Californians going here compared to Californians heading to other states. But if you flip that and you compare the number of Californians coming into a state versus the current population of that state, Idaho is one of the fastest growing states. We've been in the top 3 consistently for the last few years. I believe we're the fastest growing state right now in terms of population growth, and that's almost entirely explained by an inflow of people from places like California. So whereas California is facing a decline in its population growth rate heading toward zero, Idaho has seen this kind of acceleration over the last 5 years, and we do not see any indication that trend is going to reverse. If anything, it might start to accelerate further with current economic conditions in Idaho being better than they are, especially across the West. It's pretty interesting to see kind of who's retiring to Idaho. If you look at our population pyramid, a couple of things to point out here. So one thing to point out is we definitely have our fair share of people coming that are of retirement age. So people in their late 50s, early 60s, moving here, seeing that, you know, you can sell your house in California, pay cash for a bigger house in Idaho, and still have some money to push into your retirement. We definitely see a big jump in our demographics here. But a couple other things I'd like to point out about our population pyramid. People in their late 20s and late 30s are also above where you would expect for a nice smooth population distribution. So we have people in peak earning years really moving to Idaho, and whether that's moving to Idaho to take jobs or to enter one of the new startups. Boise's got a lot of new economic activity. I think those spikes that we're seeing there are indicative of not just a population growing based on retirees, but a population that's growing in prime working years. And then the other thing that's kind of interesting, I think, here is that when these people in their prime working years are moving here, we also are seeing kind of this increase in people in middle to high school years. So this spike as well is going to be beneficial for the state moving forward. If we can educate and retain those individuals within the state, I think our growing educated labor force is going to continue to accelerate economic growth for Idaho. So the cost of living in Idaho is relatively low compared to the rest of the nation. But if we look at the median home price for Idaho, we actually have seen that grow considerably. Idaho is one of the hottest housing markets right now. And it has been a pretty hot housing market for the last few years. So I'm not sure how much of this is pandemic driven, people leaving other places to try and escape to Idaho, remote work from Idaho. But I do feel that, as with a lot of trends that were maybe already underway or beginning to start, the pandemic has really accelerated a lot of those trends. So we were already starting to see more remote work. I think the pandemic has accelerated that. Idaho is a pretty good place to remote work with a low cost of living. Your same paycheck can get you a whole lot more in terms of purchased amenities, and in terms of natural amenities, we have a fair amount. I mean, we don't have the beaches that Peter has, but it sounds like those are pretty busy anyway. So yeah, I think we're going to continue to see this, and Zillow agrees we're going to continue to see home prices, especially in the major metropolitan area around Boise, Ada, and Canyon counties. Housing prices there are definitely going to accelerate. In the more rural parts of the state, we have not seen nearly as much growth in the price of housing, but I think that's coming. I think we're going to start to see a lot more spread as people who were perhaps Idahoans for a little bit longer start to move out of Boise as it begins to crowd. So we'll see what happens there in the next year or two. Mostly what I do here at Idaho State is teach. So I like to always bring my growth back to a really classic GDP equation. So just kind of digging into the consumption, investment, government spending, and kind of net exports behind what's going on right now. Our consumption remains really strong in Idaho. And most of that, I think, is due to the fact that we're relatively poor. We have a slightly higher marginal propensity to consume as a result. So we're consuming about 2.5% more of our income than the US average. So ceteris paribus, a stimulus check to an Idahoan is going to get us more bang for our buck than a stimulus check to someone in the average state. We do see some ongoing investment in manufacturing within the state, both agricultural manufacturing, value added, and and some high-tech manufacturing. We do produce some computer chips within the state, and that adds a lot of value to our state gross domestic product, or gross state product. But between where I am here in Pocatello and Boise, in the Magic Valley, we've got unemployment rates that are already creeping below 3%. And those are areas with high agriculture, and in the last 10 years have added a lot of agricultural agricultural value-added manufacturing. So we're making a lot of cheese and yogurt. Cliff Bar's got a large factory there. So as we start to add more value and to those agricultural products and catch more of that value chain, I think it's going to continue to be a strong base for Idaho's economy. Federal government spending, as I mentioned, that's significant in helping Idaho as a relatively rural and relatively poor state. Again, we're in a tier in the first round of stimulus where we got a considerable amount of money, especially when you consider that in per person terms. The long-term outlook of federal government spending, we'll see what increasing national debt does. I think I'm with Rich in saying that more stimulus is needed. Tax cuts at the top end don't seem to be doing a whole lot. So if we're looking at trying to maintain somewhat of a balanced budget, or maybe balance the budget in, I don't know, the next 10 years, that might be something where we consider not adding more stimulus. And in terms of the new administration's policies toward trade, we're still seeing how that's going to shake out. A little over 5% of Idaho's state product depends on exports, which isn't a ton. And mostly that's agricultural production and value-added agricultural production. So think potatoes and French fries. So odds are if you go to a fast food restaurant and buy French fries, they were made and initially processed here. So we'll see how trade impacts the state kind of moving forward. So in terms of Idaho's economic outlook, so personal income growth between fiscal year 19 and 20 was almost 7%. And that's including, 3 months of pandemic there at the end of fiscal year 2020. We're not really sure, as most of you, I think we're all throwing darts at the wall right now. But Idaho's pointing toward some positive income growth. We're guessing somewhere between 4 and 7.5% another year down the line. But I would point toward growth above the U.S. average for this next year for Idaho, something in the 2 to 5% range. So when the rest of the economy is in a recession or coming out of recession, that's pretty amazing. And one of the reasons for that, I think, is the continued population growth that we're going to see. So we're going to keep seeing about 1.5% of annual in-migration from other states. And looking at the demographic characteristics, if those tend to be more toward the retiree age, that's fine. That's going to still help housing values, and we're still going to collect sales tax revenue there. I think we're going to see an acceleration of those prime working years that I was pointing out, people in their late 20s, people in their late 30s moving here. I think Idaho's positioned itself well in the last decade in terms of trying to diversify its economy, that we're going to see continued growth, lots of bright spots. That's what I got. Few minutes for questions even.
Unmute. Good, go. So I think that's a very interesting presentation from the potato state, as we like to call it. And I guess I was a little surprised that international trade is such a small component, because I also think of you as kind of high tech with Micron and some of the other companies that are up there. But It doesn't surprise me you have such a strong finance sector, for example, in your data. The strong in migration, so young people go for jobs, I don't know. So maybe it's the job piece. I certainly think you're viewed as a beautiful place for, retirees. So that part is not surprising. We'll hear more about that. How about other folks with questions? We have at least a couple of minutes for questions.
Yeah, if I could jump in, Rich. Carl,
Absolutely.
it sounds like Idaho finished the year with a pretty sizable budget surplus. Arizona was in the same boat. About I think it's going to be about a $2 billion budget surplus. So in Arizona, the legislature is talking about major tax cuts. Is Idaho thinking about anything along those lines?
Yeah, so I haven't dug into the details of the proposal yet, but from what I understand, the legislature is considering reducing the number of income tax brackets, if not cutting tax rates for brackets as well. So, I mean, either of those alone would definitely cut into our revenues. The governor was very happy when the surplus was announced, because he ran, on one hand, he ran as a very fiscally conservative person with a very fiscally conservative background, but he also wanted to increase pay for teachers, which if you look at Idaho's teaching pay scale compared to the K through 12 teaching pay scale compared to the rest of the country, we're way far behind. And a lot of our teachers end up moving and going to adjacent states because they can get so much more money just moving, 50 to 200 miles. So yeah, it's been interesting to kind of see how that plays out. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of quote unquote tax relief bill come down the pipe, but yeah, I personally, I hope it's not too much, because it'd be a lot better to build our rainy day fund, or start investing in education for that increased blip of late middle school, early high school students that we're seeing, and really accelerate growth for the next 20 or 30 years, rather than take our money and go home right now.
Yeah, great, thank you.
You bet.
So we had $1 billion surplus, and they're trying to strategically spend the $1 billion surplus on supporting small business or whatever it takes to get the economy back faster. But they're in Colorado, which is a more liberal state, there's like no discussion of a tax cut this year. We did have a tax cut on the that was passed a year ago, the tax rate cut. So, but when I mentioned earlier, they think they're going to have to figure out how to spend $3 billion on one-time projects with the Biden stimulus bill. And they want to make sure they don't squander it, so they're asking us how to spend it. So the fact that they don't have really ideas about how to spend it is, or they have ideas, but they want to know what would be the most productive. So it shows you what kind of stimulus we're talking about here. And Carl, you're absolutely right. So Colorado, I showed you a quick slide, but average wages over 61,000 in Colorado, were like, 10th per capita personal income or something like that. And people are not, the higher income people are not spending rebate checks. They're throwing it in their bank accounts. They're bidding up the stock market. They're bidding on real estate. So it's really interesting, the haves and the have-nots in this one, unfortunately. So,
Juliet, you have your hand up. You want to ask your question first?
Well, sure. And I think it was just kind of more of a comment and just to kind of get some insight from you. I will just chime in on the whole, like additional revenue and, tax cuts and what you do with it. It's so interesting because part of the reason this is created is because of all of the incredible uncertainty in our forecast and, you know, a bunch of hedging in forecast, and now that's resulted in surplus. But, you know, it's just such interesting dynamics in our state legislature. Carl, you had mentioned, you had made some comments just around, you know, kind of the educated workforce that's moving into Idaho, and also thinking about educating the up and coming workforce. And I'm just kind of wondering, you know, does your state have kind of targets around degree completions, things like that? And where this is coming from is in Utah, you know, we've spent the last 10 years with, you know, a target around completion rates for higher education. And it's kind of interesting because part of the dynamic that maybe pushed some of that policy was comparing Utah to, for example, our neighbor Rich in Colorado, where, you know, a lot of the or some of the reason, I think I've learned this from Rich, that, you know, Colorado has the standing it does in educational attainment is because it's not because of what's been homegrown necessarily, it's because of what's been attracted into the state. And so I'm just wondering if those dynamics are kind of at play in Idaho, you know, how policymakers are thinking about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure the degree to which the state policymakers, you know, at the state level are really looking at degree completion and things. I think there's a lot more focus paid, or more attention paid, to K through 12 attainment, and trying to get that up to par. Because when you look at our kind of K through 12 system, and actually kindergarten is optional in this state, so it's up to your district as to whether that's even offered. So, you know, 1st through 12 attainment is really kind of what they're looking at, and we're bad. We're low. You know, we're the bottom 5, bottom 10 regularly. So yeah, it would be nice if we could get to the point where we don't have to worry about that so much, and they could start thinking more about growing labor force and you know, what the universities can do to continue to accelerate that. But yeah, that's one of my fears from kind of the economic development side of things, is that without building that educated workforce, the ability to attract high-paying, you know, employers is not going to happen. So I mean, you can only leverage low-wage, unskilled labor for so long, and I think we're starting to see diminishing marginal returns in that. I mean, it's working right now, it's working great, but kind of looking to the next 10 years, the next 20 years, that's not a sustainable strategy.
It'll be fascinating to see it all play out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have time for? I have a comment and a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
Yeah,
the
comment. Yeah, the comment's actually what Rich mentioned. It just so happens that one of the Whitman College alums is the CFO of Micron, and Rich mentioned exports of Micron chips and so on. Basically, Micron right now is only a finance firm in Idaho. All the chip manufacturing moved to Taiwan, and he came and gave a lecture to us about that. So it's sort of interesting how things have changed. But what I was more interested in is if Carl's looked at the new Biden policies. Idaho right now has a minimum wage of, I think it's $7, and I don't know what it is exactly.
We're at the federal floor. Yeah.
Yeah.
$7.25.
And how do you think that's going to affect your labor market when it goes up to $15 an hour over the next couple of years?
So I think there's going to be kind of a divergence. So on one hand, that, you know, the average wage, even in a place like Pocatello, our average hourly wage is, you know, $20-some. You drive around town and you see fast food places advertising starting wages, you know, in the $10 to $12 range. So while it is a price floor, I don't know how effective that price floor is for many of our industries. I think we've already moved past that. Jumping to a $15 minimum wage, I think, will be a binding price floor. So we are going to see some impacts. But you know, everything I've seen on minimum wage, you impacts on employment is that, there's usually not a big drop in employment. There's usually kind of this, non-negative impact. So I don't know. We'll see. We are a relatively less educated workforce. We do have a lot of people who make, on the lower end of the income spectrum. But the fact that you can get a job at a fast food restaurant for $12 an hour already, I don't see a graduated implementation of a $15 minimum wage having a huge impact on us. And I can't remember, is it going to $15 over like 3 years?
We're talking 2025, I think.
Yeah.
Whether or not, I mean, that's what they're saying. But
yeah. So I think it might actually impact Idaho really well, because what it would do would be to increase a little bit of earnings at the low end, if anything. And again, I'm going to reach back on people's marginal propensity to consume. If they're earning a little bit more money and they're already at the low end of the income spectrum, they're going to spend that additional money. So I think, if anything, we benefit, but probably non-negative impacts from it.
all right, with that, we're going to jump to Pat. If you could grab your screen share and try to stay relatively close to schedule. Thank you, Carl, for the presentation. That was great. And I'm excited you're getting a shot.
Me too.
We're all excited you're getting a shot.
Yeah, I cut it in half and share it now. Well, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. My name's Patrick Barkey. I'm director of the Bureau of Business Economic Research, University of Montana. As Rich alluded to, I also happen to be serving as president of AUBR this year. And yes, indeed, AUBR is pushing its annual conference to February. Be February 28th through, February 26th through March 1st in Boulder, with weather just like today, right, Rich? So my presentation is going to be slightly different. We just concluded our own Economic Outlook program, which went online this year for obvious reasons. It was a 2-day program, and I deliver sort of the highlights, and then the rest of my team really dives into the details. So there will be less detail in this presentation, a little bit more narrative. I've also deliberately and perhaps mistakenly tailored this presentation just the way I would present it in Montana. So presenting it to a lay audience, to people who want to know how the state is doing. So I don't have as much information to tell you what kind of state Montana is, which is kind of too bad, because I did a little word count here, and I think the word count of Montana here is like either 0 or 1. So I know you guys are really worried a lot about what happens in Montana, and I guess I feel I should correct that situation. But we are a small population state, though, and I think it's interesting, or maybe interesting to some of you in larger states, to understand how that impacts how we interpret data. So let me just jump into this. We again, for my Montana audience, when we look at this recession 1 year later, we see really an unprecedented downturn, and what's missed is been followed by an equally unprecedented recovery. We were just totally off the charts in the spring, as we all know. I mean, indicators, we just never thought we'd see anything like these things ever in our professional lifetimes, and yet there they were. Savings rates, GDP, exports, imports, all kinds of vectors. Obviously, the policy actions were very decisive, effective. They made a big change. And we continue to get dealt a number of surprises. My take on this is that most surprises since midsummer have been surprises on the upside. Things are not as bad as we thought they would be. I think it's been a period of time when our economic measures, quite honestly, have failed us. And you can't redesign them to do better. It's just that they've never been designed to handle something which is moving this rapidly. And also they're aggregate measures, and we've always dealt with that problem. I mean, we're always talking about these big picture numbers, and some of the things I'm going to share with you are relatively optimistic. but I don't want to say or imply that they have the same implications for everyone in the economy. It's simply that the large measures are moving in certain directions. Because parts of the economy, as we well know, have more than recovered. I mean, there are parts of the economy which have had the best years they ever had in 2020, whereas others are right on the brink, if not past. It's emerging. I'm hesitant to say this, but it's getting more apparent every day that Montana is looking like a state less affected than others, certainly than by some of those on this particular conversation. You know, I always start this with, you know, everything depends on the pandemic, and you can update this every day, and I just did this morning. My favorite count is the new cases per 100,000, and you know, this is just changing all the time. And you know, when I did my presentation, these were all red, and now they're all, you know, light blue. So we've had a meandering path of this pandemic. Lots of people say we've got one more good upsurge left. Look at what happened in the United Kingdom after all. But there we are today. Does it all depend on the pandemic? Well, in some ways, yes. But in other ways, there is some indication that there is not exactly a perfect correlation between infection rates and economic activity. You know, the story on the surprises is really in the GDP forecast pre-COVID. Of course, nobody puts this graph up, right? I mean, who puts up a growth of GDP? Excuse me, a level of GDP on a graph? Nobody does that. But this downturn made us do that because, of course, in this case, IHS Insight revised their forecast massively, as you can see. In July, what have they done since then? Well, they've raised it quite a bit. All right. I mean, we've had actual growth coming back stronger than we thought, even though the pace of that growth has fallen. And this convergence, if you will, between the path of the economy as projected now and as projected pre-COVID, starting to converge. That day is moving closer. You know, it's still a deep and a painful recession, but since the summer, not as bad as we thought it would be. But here's the question I asked my Montana audience is that we're in the forecasting game here, and we made some whopper of forecast errors. Of course, the big error we all made is none of us knew about COVID, right? So in this case, Montana personal income nominal, again, whoever puts up this graph, nobody does. We all look at the growth. But if you look at nominal, that's where it was pre-COVID, nothing remarkable there. When we were early on, right in April, we knew the economy was falling off the rails, and yet we had absolutely no data whatsoever in the state of Montana telling us how bad things were going to be here, because that's the nature of regional data. As we know, it takes some time for things to arrive. So we did our own projection, and we looked at what was going to happen to personal income, and it was horrible. I mean, this is on an annual basis. This was like a 9% decline in personal income, and a real painful, I mean, these are years here on this graph, not quarters, a real painful period of underperformance. What do we think now? Well, now we actually think that personal income rose this year. Didn't fall by 9%, it rose, it went up. And we think there's going to be a bit of a hangover in personal income as the transfers roll off. This does not take into account the rescue plan. But you know, so there's this huge error, okay? So the question is, why is this error so wrong? And three answers come to mind. The first comes from my colleague, Paul Polzin. He says the forecast is correct and the data are wrong. So just wait till you get the right data and it'll show that you were right all along. And there's some truth to that. Obviously, data do get revised, etc. The second reason I posit is that really, and this is an overstatement, obviously, but it wasn't like an economic downturn. It wasn't a collapse in asset prices. It wasn't a surprise, you know, from the sense of you know, investments we thought were going to do well didn't, etc. It was kind of a padlock on the economy. It was a lock, either through fear or through public action. So I say, well, it was more like a public health crisis with economic consequences than a recession. And so that's why all of our thinking about recessions, not all of it, but a lot of it didn't pan out this time. And finally, of course, the speed and the strength of the policy response has been amazing. When you look at transfer payments, and I can't remember which of you alluded to this, but you know, when you look at what happened to transfer payments over this period, it's a rather dull time series, as you can see. But then in the second quarter, it went up by $8 billion. in Montana, that's a big number here. I mean, we're looking at about a 55 to 60 billion personal income state. So, you know, that's like a, you know, that's a huge increase. And, you know, you're seeing the UI system alone sent out $1 billion. I guess I hadn't thought of Rich Wobenken's comments about the graph there, but maybe they didn't all land in Montana, but the BEA thinks they did, and as well as all the other spending. So that was a huge increase that happened. What do we think our recession experience was like in this state? Well, let's start by taking a look at employment. And when you look at employment, you see this gigantic decline. And this, by the way, is mostly in the books, but partially forecast by IHS Markit. So this was made before the December numbers came out. But you know, 3.5% decline in employment. What does IHS Markit think? They think there's going to be this big rebound in employment as the economy is already swung to pretty strong growth, and that's going to continue into 21 and so forth, as you can see. Here's the amazing thing, and here's the thing I'd like to really emphasize, I don't think has been emphasized very much in these presentations so far, and that is you don't see that same kind of a swing in wages and salaries. And this is, by the way, is almost all in the books. If you look at your quarterly personal income for your state, I suspect you'll see the same pattern. This is amazing. I mean, who would ever think that this kind of employment reversal would coincide with a year in which wage and salary growth directly related to employment, obviously there's more to it than that, shows absolutely nothing remarkable at all. It's amazing. It speaks to the fact that first, obviously, a lot of the jobs that were lost were centered in lower paying industries. I think it also emphasizes the fact that a lot of other industries, which may not have employed as much, did quietly very, very well. But I think what's really missed in a lot of the discussion is the hours worked. So talk to somebody that's running a grocery store and ask them how many hours they're working, and the bonuses that they're getting for all that overtime and so forth. You put this together, and this was a real head scratcher. I did not believe this for quite some time, but that's the swing. And of course, the swing in personal income is even more pronounced because of this transfer income effect. And you can see that the personal income growth being much, much stronger. A lot of that's in transfers, but not all. And the hangover from that clearly as those transfers are withdrawn, at least as far as the CARES and CARES 1 and 2 are concerned in 21 and so forth. So, you know, this gets at this pattern. So the question is, how do we reconcile these two trends? So the first occurrence, of course, is this catastrophic decline in the labor market as judged by this indicator by unemployment claims. Now, I actually never look at unemployment rates for Montana because we're a small state. Unemployment rates are based on the current population survey. There's a tiny, tiny number of respondents to the current population survey. I mean, we're a state with 0.2% of the national population. So think about that. Even a large national sample gets a small group. So, but looking at unemployment claims as an administrative number, you know, I don't have to show you the whole trend going to the left. They're higher than the Great Recession. There's been some improvement. So that's a horrible cataclysmic effect of the economy. And yet, look at this other indicator. Look at Montana personal income tax withholding. So we're an income tax state. We have no sales tax here, general sales tax. And you look at this number for income tax withholding, and there's nothing remarkable here at all. There is continued fairly strong growth in income tax withholding at the same time as you're having all these people laid off. In fact, when you look at the detail on Montana revenues, and I'm just showing you a few things here, but you look particularly at this withholding number through the first 6 months of the fiscal year, which goes through December 2020. You know, there's nothing remarkable going on there at all. In fact, a lot of these tax categories are rising: corporate taxes, personal income taxes, and so forth. There are some that are showing impacts. They're smaller. Natural resource has been hammered by prices as an ad valorem tax here, and the price declines have hurt. And some of the other ones associated with tourism have taken a hit as well. But really, it's been a good story. And this is really the story of the recession here in Montana, at least. It's been much more of a jobs recession than an income recession. So turning to QCW, which is a which is a source for employment and wages that I really like, because it's much more solid. It obviously misses a big part of the economy, but it's an administrative number, and you can see the employment declines and now some rebound. We just got these third quarter numbers the other day, but you can see in terms of wages, the recession as here, the worst recession we've had since you name it in terms of how you measure it, and yet it doesn't really show up all that much in wages, which is rather remarkable. You see this when you look at the job losses by sector. I've aggregated this a lot more than some others have done this. The point of this is to show you how accommodations and food have centered in this. Now here, I'm going all the way to the third quarter. I'm going from fourth quarter 19 to third quarter 2020. Clearly the data are seasonal, so I had to seasonally adjust it. So, there's a bit of a artificiality of these numbers, but I think this is pretty representative. You can see the biggest declines in terms of numbers in accommodations and food. Other is going to have arts and entertainment. Other is also going to have temp help and some other large employment categories. But when you look at wages, I mean, look at this. You have healthcare declines, I think. Yeah, healthcare declines in employment, healthcare increase in wages paid. That's hours worked. As hours worked and wages and bonuses and so forth, and the mix of employment within that sector. You see other is swung positive. Amazing. Other was strongly negative before. It swung positive. You see gains in construction manufacturing. Now this is not just the decline. This is the decline through the second quarter, and then a fairly strong, but obviously not complete, bounce back in the third quarter of 2020. So very much a different picture. But I don't mean to imply that all is well just because this bounce back has occurred. There's lots of ways you can slice and dice this data. Our friends at Minnesota have done a much better job than I'm doing. But for example, when you look at the gender balance of unemployment claims over the period of the downturn and the worst of it, you can see that prior to the COVID lockdowns and so forth, just eyeballing that male to female ratio, it looks like maybe 80-20, 75-25 or something like that. And then when the crisis really hit, the fraction of women in claiming unemployment went much higher, over 50%. That was a huge swing. It's come back a little closer, not totally, a little closer to its historical norm. I think that's a combination of things, although I don't have any evidence of this. It's a combination not only the kinds of jobs that were lost, but also the impact on childcare with the huge disruption in schools. Even the schools that stayed open required people to be at home, etc. If not schooling, at least supervising their kids are getting school remotely, etc. When you look at this across states, this just goes through the second quarter, and it just so happens that the first and last in the class are both on this call. But this is tentative, but it looks like Montana and a lot of Mountain West states are to the right with less severe employment downturns, and other states, Hawaii. I mean, I'm not going to mention what all these states are. I was surprised to hear so much doom and gloom on this call because there's a lot of Mountain West states on this call, and it's not quite as bad here. Although I don't think anyone wants to live through an 8.2% decline in employment, or even a 5.7 decline. This is only for the first two quarters. Ironically, we were doing very well before the recession hit. We like to look at this measure for employment, inflation-corrected non-farm income. We don't look at GDP simply because, again, we're a small state. GDP is a value-added measure, and in Montana, it's dominated by what happens to our oil refineries. It's hard to believe, but it's true. For oil refineries, you have a change in those price margins, and you have a gigantic swing in GDP in manufacturing, which does move the needle on overall GDP. So we like to look at this measure, the personal income, non-farm to Montanans. That 0 in 2018 reflected what happened to the oil price declines earlier in the decade. But we were doing well, but that's kind of irrelevant. The story that's happened is if you go around different, don't laugh, Ray, when I say urbanized areas. I know there's more people at most traffic lights in LA than there are in some of our towns in Montana, but our cities have it's all the same pattern. All of the declines in jobs occurs everywhere. Some of these counties you don't know them well. The one I'm in is Missoula, that had the largest decline in jobs. Large decline in Gallatin, that's right by Yellowstone National Park, super fast growing area. They had a hit. So no one escaped the job hit. But the same story is that the wage declines and in some cases increases, because this goes all the way to third quarter, have been pretty strong and certainly of a completely different order of magnitude, or in some cases change of direction from what happened to jobs. Looking at the CES data, we don't look at this data as much, or at least I should say I don't look at it as much. It's obviously quite timely. The press love timely numbers, and we like to give them timely numbers. My experience with CES data in Montana is that when it's revised, the story can change. But it does appear that our employment recovery has been a little bit stronger than the US, as you can see. I won't dwell too much on these measures. It's been covered. Some tracktorecovery.org kind of measures. It's kind of interesting. I'm not sure how they measure this, but and the reason why I put this up again for the Montana audience is the shaded gray indicate the employment paths of all the other states, and Montana is towards the higher end of the class in terms of our employment recovery. But when you look at things like spending, and in particular spending on restaurants and hotels, gigantic declines, which are continuing to this day. This is really emblematic of the fact that it's kind of interesting to hear Peter talk about how many people were surfing. I want to tell you there were a lot of people using Montana parks this summer too. Not too many of us surfing, especially right now, Peter, but the parks were busy. It was hard to find a spot, crowds, etc. But they were either people who are staying with friends or they were Montanans doing day trips. Whatever it was, they weren't eating out and they weren't using hotels. And that's been a big change. I'm not going to go too long on this one. I had more of a conversation with our Montana audience, trying to think about the kinds of changes in the economy which are likely to stick and which are not. Just to summarize, the ones in this column I don't think are going to stick. Just so many strange things going on in the economy. We're all eating at home. We're saving money. We're leaving major cities. Do I think all these trends are going to stick? I don't think so. I think the minute we can go eat at restaurants, we're going to be there. And I think a lot of us are in the same boat. And some of these other things in terms of our spending on durables, I don't think RV sales, which by the way, are still off the charts, are going to remain as strong. I think we bought all the RVs we need for the next 5 years. And I think those people are going to be in a world of hurt when things get back to normal. Some of the ones which I do think are going to stick in terms of technology adoption, which has huge impacts for bricks and mortar retail, commercial real estate demand, high government debt, larger government role in the economy, I think is going to be definitely required if we're going to avert a future public health crisis. Let me just talk about a couple other things and maybe get back to a conversation if there's time. So there's some major events ahead for us, all right, and some of them have already happened. Further stimulus from Washington, what does that mean? It might not mean as much as the earlier stimulus. It's little known, but true, that very, very small states, very small population states like Montana benefited disproportionately from some of the CARES spending, simply because they were typically, it was done on a per capita basis, but there were minimum amounts. And so by a per capita basis, Montana should have gotten about 2/3 of what it actually got. So thank you very much, all of you big states. You sent us some extra money, like it's never happened before. I think the housing markets, it's been a huge event. It's exactly the same here. Obviously, levels are different, but every kind of trend is exactly the same here of what's going on in the housing markets. And this has a giant impact as people move to Montana and discover to their glee that they can buy 3 houses in Montana for the price of 1 in California. But meanwhile, their demand effectively pushes the price of housing even further out of the reach of those of us that live here. Our lumber prices are sky high. We're still a wood products state, and our wood products industry is not as large, but that has not been as good as you would think it would be. I think there's been a lot of supply chain disruptions, a lot of things, and unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time to talk about this, but you don't really appreciate this when you're in a less populated area. But you know, all of us have had the experience of going to a grocery store and finding things that we need are not there, and it's inconvenient. Imagine that you are buying groceries for your Native American community, and in fact, they're all quarantined, and you traveled 100 miles to go to a grocery store to stock up for the things you need to disperse to these people who are COVID positive and are shuttered in their various places. And you go there and find out that they're out of things. When you're a smaller market, those disruptions are even worse. Some things going on in the power industry are pretty important. We're closing down coal units here, and that's been an important impact. In fact, I did talk about this a little bit as a Montana-specific impact. One of the remarkable things about the entire West is that we've moved from, especially in the Northwest, we've moved to a region that was seriously in surplus in terms of our electricity production, mostly due to the development of decades ago to exploit the hydroelectric resources. And now we've moved into a scenario where states like Washington and Idaho and so forth, as you can see, are net power importers. And in fact, the biggest importer of them all, California, is sitting right next door. So a lot of states are thinking that they're going to make up for their differences by buying power on the market. And we're all thinking that at the same time. And it's a little bit troubling for the short-term future. Just a couple comments about energy. We are an oil producing state. Oil future prices did go negative briefly for a couple minutes, got a lot of headlines, but there was a cratering in the Bakken. I show North Dakota because all the North Dakota oil activity is just across the border from Montana, has a huge impact on our state. And this is a big deal. Just that mild decline in production you see in the middle of this graph caused a 0 growth rate in Montana in 2016. So this steeper fall, which of course is not all COVID, it's partly a price war, or at least earlier, stands as a real headwind. So I mean, just to close, I mean, what's the outlook for our key industries? We have hard times ahead for our energy industries. Not too many people have talked about the outlook for agriculture, but Montana agriculture had its best year in 3 years. And the reason was simple, it was government price supports. I mean, between the farm bill, the adjustments to income for the price war with China, and now some of the CARES Act expenditures, I mean, it's incredible how much the supports were, but there's been some modest improvement in prices for the commodity crops that we grow, and I'm kind of envious of Idaho for all their value add, Techstar, and the question marks for housing. So our forecast is actually kind of funny. Our last year's forecast of non-farm earnings, we thought the economy would grow at 2.3%, inflation corrected in 2020. What do we really think is going to happen after all this? After a quarter of a 33% decline annual rate in GDP, all these incredible things, we think our forecast actually didn't miss things by very much. And that's largely due to that amazing resiliency in wage and salary. We think there's going to be quite a bit of growth next year as things open up, and some hangover afterwards. So Rich, I probably went too long, and I'll stop and turn it back over to you.
There's still a couple of minutes left, and I see Juliet has her hand up. So why don't you start with the first question?
I think my hand was actually still up from the last time around. However, maybe just a comment, like it's I appreciated, some of your comments around when you're dealing with small numbers, that it's a little bit unique. I've been thinking about this as we're kind of doing forecasting or trying to help our more local policymakers kind of understand what's going on in their areas. The kind of traditional economic measures that we're, kind of used to using are always a little bit harder to talk about at those lower levels of geography. So I just appreciated that you kind of talked to that. So thank you.
City level revenue forecasts are definitely a challenge for us. George, your hand's up.
Thanks, Rich. Well, Pat, could you talk a little bit about where Montana draws its migrants from? And are you anticipating a big surge, an even bigger surge of migration into Montana? And if so, how do you see the housing demand and the increase of house prices playing out kind of politically? Is the state going to be happy to see all these new migrants?
Well, first off, first question is easy to answer. Most of our migrants come from nearby states. So we get a lot of migrants from Washington State, which is kind of the big kahuna up here in the Northwest. And we get a fair number of migrants from California as well. And then it's a smattering every place else. In terms of what we expect in terms of increased migration, it's interesting how these things evolve, there was a time, you know, it's like economic development strategies, right? Remember when every state in the country was going to build an ethanol plant? I mean, that was it. Everybody had ethanol plants. It was a savior. So now I think we're getting a little bit of this with this migration business, right? I mean, of course, every place we live is the most wonderful place in the world. And of course, all those silly Denverites and New Yorkers would much rather live, you know, that kind of thing. And so I tend to push back a little on that a little bit. We had a good section of our program devoted to that. We actually had Ed Glazer on our program. And if there's anybody that's a cheerleader for cities, it's Ed Glazer. And his attitude was, okay, if a New Yorker doesn't like a city, they're going to move over a couple counties over. You know, so and in terms of the politics, it's a lightning rod. It's explosive. The talk of we did a segment of our program. We had a second day of our program. We did a virtual tour of the state. We did 9 programs in 9 cities, large and small, and every mention of housing caused like a stick of dynamite to go off. And I think people truly do not understand supply and demand with housing, and they think that if they pass a law that says, by God, we're going to build 10 affordable units there, we did something, you know, that it's just swamped by the stuff happening in the marketplace. So short answer to a great question. But it's a massive deal here. It pulls in that whole in-state versus out-state thing, and the changing character of communities when people move in. And so, you know, the first thing a politician tells you when they're running for office in Montana is how many generations back they go in Montana. I'm a 3rd generation Montana. Oh, I'm a 5th generation, you know, that kind of thing. So that gives you a little bit of the flavor of those conversations.
Yeah, I've got to, we're coming up on time. I got to grab George's slide because I think people in Colorado think every Californian's moving to Colorado. They don't think they're moving to any other state but Colorado. So that would be a good slide for me to use, where they're actually going. So with that, we're up to Steelers Wheel, if anybody knows what that is, stuck in the middle with you. And Stephen is the middle presentation in the afternoon. So we're coming up on the great state of Nevada.
Okay, well, thanks for the invitation to present. I'm going to do something a little bit different than I usually do. Usually I talk about the state of Nevada, and I will do that, but I'm not going to spend all my time on Nevada. Nevada really is the story of 2 cities, or the story of 2 counties. Up north we have Reno, and Reno is in Washoe County. And down south we have Las Vegas. It's in Clark County. And Clark County has about 75% of the state's population. And Washoe County has about 15%. So you're talking about 90% of the population. Then you have the other counties that have about 10%, the rurals. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Nevada, and then I'm going to jump into sort of details on Las Vegas. So let's get started and look at the Nevada outlook. So the Center for Business and Economic Research, which I'm the director of, I'm supposed to say who I am, right? I'm Steve Miller. I didn't bring my band today. Sorry, Rich. And I'm the director of the Center for Business and Economic Research, a professor of economics in the Lee Business School. And this is my 50th year in the profession teaching. So I am age qualified. I didn't get my shots legally, so to speak. The CBER, the Center for Business and Economic Research, puts together a coincident index for Nevada and also for Southern Nevada. This is the Nevada index. It includes non-farm employment, gross gaming revenue, and taxable sales. And it defines the recessions for Nevada. So the gray bars there are the Nevada recessions, which differ a little bit from the national recessions. In particular, the Great Recession tended to be longer in duration. And if you look at it, it's clearly the deepest in terms of the decline until we get to COVID-19. COVID-19 is another story. I think Pat sort of mentioned it, that really the COVID-19 recession is a government-induced recession. It's not because of something going on in the markets, rather the government shut the economy down. Certainly did in Nevada, and they did around the country. So it was deeper than the Great Recession here in Nevada. It was a lot faster. The recovery was swift and big. So the drop was over 2 months. It was, February was the peak, and April was the trough. And then we had May and June recovery. And by the time we get to the summer, things slowed down. As we're going to see later on when we get into Las Vegas, actually some of the numbers in November and December actually are turning south again, which causes some concern, at least in my mind. Here's a picture of employment in Nevada. It has the same sort of picture. The decline is not quite as steep. The recovery is not quite as large. Looks like it's about 50% of the way back from the peak before the COVID-19 hit for the 2 month drop. We went from 1.4 million employment to 1.1 million employment, and then we've recovered in December to 1.3. But you notice that there's a right-hand turn, a slowdown that began in the summer and sort of continued. So I did similar charts for a bunch of the states. My apologies to Montana, Idaho, and Hawaii. You guys can leave out Nevada next time if you want. It's all right, I don't mind. One thing I noted about this chart was how Utah sort of changed places with Nevada because we had such a large decline. They now are above us. Now, I've indexed this back to January of 1990. I noted that, I forget who it was, one of the last two presentations had indexed it to 2008. Depending on the year you index, you might get a slightly different picture. So I did it January 1990. And we see that Nevada, the red line, is faster moving all the way up to the peak before the COVID-19 recession. So that's February of 2020. And then there's a huge drop in Nevada. I just remarked that New Mexico is sort of the outlier there. The recovery in New Mexico was rather moribund through the 2010s. Here's a look at our unemployment rate. It went from 3.6% in February to 30.1 in April, and we're now at, I think it's 10.5, no, it's 9.2% in December. Where we go from here is another story. And as everybody has mentioned, we look forward to some revisions to see what's happens with these numbers. Let me go back. And by the way, the gray bars in these charts are the Nevada recessions, not the national recessions. Here's another way of slicing the data. This is looking at the unemployment rate by month, by state. The red bar is Nevada, and so the second to the last bar is Utah, which tends to be the lowest bar all across the board. They went into the COVID-19 recession with unemployment, I think it was under 3%. I'm not sure how far under it was, but Colorado was also under 3%, as I recall, and Colorado didn't fare so well. Utah had a better passage through the COVID-19. So the Nevada forecast, this was done in December, so it included, as best we can, the CARES Act and also the supplementary CARES Act, but it didn't include the CARES Act addendum that is coming up, whatever that may be. So one thing to notice here is there's a similarity between the movement in visitor volume and gross gaming revenue and employment, in the sense that in 2020 there's a huge decline, and then anticipated a rather brisk recovery in 2021, and a recovery in 2022, but at a lower rate. Those are huge swings in the numbers. In terms of Nevada, we note the population growth is just sort of hanging in there. It's continuing. A large part of that is a result of net in-migration from around the country, due to economic factors, due to retiring, due to a whole bunch of factors that affect people coming to Nevada. A large part of that is coming out of California. So let's take a close look at Southern Nevada. So here's the same index, the coincident index. It's gross gaming revenue, taxable sales, and non-farm employment. We use the Department of Commerce method to calculate this. And once again, we get a similar picture, although the decline is even larger in COVID-19 in Las Vegas than it was in Nevada, and the recovery about the same. Looks like about 80% of the way back. But it's the same story. February, we're peaking. April, we hit bottom. If that continues to hold, that suggests a recession lasted 2 months, and then the recovery was underway. And recovery was rather swift for about 2 months, and then it started to peter out in the summer. It slowed down dramatically, and it's still, well, it's going sort of sideways at the moment. But the decline was much larger than the decline during the Great Recession, and the duration is a lot shorter to date than the Great Recession. So here's the picture of employment growth in Las Vegas, very similar to Nevada, not surprisingly, since Las Vegas is 75% of the state's population. So here's the picture for metro areas. So it's Las Vegas, Phoenix, Los Angeles, Denver, Salt Lake, Albuquerque, Seattle, and Portland. We notice in this case, Salt Lake didn't pass even Phoenix in this chart, which is, as I said, indexed in January of 1990, or Las Vegas. But clearly Las Vegas took the biggest hit. And that's because we're so exposed to, I refer to our economy, I think others have mentioned, we have a bifurcated economy. We have a huge component of our economy that requires you to meet people face to face. You have to gather together in order to conduct business. And that part of our economy was decimated. The governor shut down the casinos in March 18th, I think it was. And they didn't reopen until June 4th. And then in November, I think it was the 24th of November, there was a pause. He didn't want to call it a closing again. He didn't close down the casinos again, but he lowered the percentage occupancy that you could have in the casinos. And we're still coming out of that. The most recent change was we went from 25% occupancy to 35%, a big change. The restaurants were not really, they'll accept anything, but they said that was hardly a change. And early in March, it's supposed to go to 50%. But really, the key is going to be what happens to the vaccines, how effective they are. Okay, here's the taxable sales in Clark County. Once again, it's the same picture on the COVID recession. The peak in February and taxable sales were like 3.9 billion. And then in April, it was 2.5 billion. And then it's recovered about 3.6 billion going forward. But once again, the recovery was rather brisk, and then it slowed down in the summer, and we'll just have to see where it goes from there. This is gross gaming revenue. Gross gaming revenue went from 873 million down to 4 million. Basically, it was online because the casinos were closed in April. They didn't get any gaming revenue at all, and it's now recovered to, let's see, gross gaming revenue is now 534 billion. But notice that it's come down. it was above 600 million, but it's now in 534 million. And the question is, what's the next move going to be? The number should be coming out soon. This was a December number. Here's our unemployment rate, similar picture to what we saw at the Nevada, except it's worse. That is, the unemployment rate in February was 3.7%, and according to the numbers we currently have, in April it was 34.2%, more than 1 in 3. That's horrific. I mean, I wanted to ask Pat about he made a keen observation about lost jobs and then wages actually rising. And if I'm looking at those two numbers, I say to myself, I'm more concerned about the lost jobs than the wage increases. It's good the wages are rising, but people are losing jobs. Their wages are going to zero unless they're getting unemployment compensation. But all you had to do was follow the press on our labor department and the implementation of, it was a disaster here. I don't know, maybe it was a disaster in your state as well, but we went through like 3 heads of the labor department within about a month, as I recall. One was because they were getting death threats, because the volume of calls coming in just collapsed the system, and they got a new system in, and that collapsed. And people are still trying to get in contact with the labor department to figure out what was going on. It's just an unmitigated disaster. And I'm not blaming the labor department. They were just inundated with an unanticipated increase in demand for their services. Let alone the issue about what are the data, are the data accurate or not. There's an underlying story about human misery that was a huge problem here in Nevada. So here's a different picture of the unemployment rate. This is by city. And so each city going months, so you go from the left is February to the right is December, and we see that Las Vegas was up almost near 35% in April. And clearly, Las Vegas's chart is worse than most. So where are we in Salt Lake? So Salt Lake is 5th from the left, 4th from the right. They seem to have the best. Phoenix is not too bad as well. Everybody's pretty close. Las Vegas looks like an outlier, but we have recovered pretty significantly. Here's a tourism index that we put together. Once again, it's the Department of Commerce method. Gross gaming revenue, hotel occupancy rate, and McCarran passengers. Have to say now, that may be the last time I use that word, McCarran passengers. McCarran Airport, if you haven't heard, they're changing the name. Does anybody know the new name? Harry Reid International Airport. There was a contingent of people who argued it should be Las Vegas International Airport. Don't name it after a person. They lost. The Democratic-controlled county commission approved it. I understand now that the International Air Traffic Controllers Union has thrown their support behind the change in the name. I don't know what the big deal is, but anyway, it's going to be the Harry Reid International Airport. So we see that the tourism index, much like the other variables, dropped for 2 months, dramatically recovered dramatically for 2 months, and then sort of spent the summer on vacation, and it looks like it's actually dropping a bit. So this is the McCarran Airport passengers. They went from 4.4 million in February to 160,000 in April, and now at 1.6 million. So not 50% back. And here's the occupancy rate, hotel occupancy rate. It was at 88.4% in February. It fell to 1.8% in April. Of course, they closed the casinos in April. But that doesn't mean all hotels were shut. We have hotels that don't have casinos, right? like Trump Tower doesn't have a casino. About 1.8% occupancy, not good for business. And now in December, the occupancy rate is 32.3. But notice it had been well over 40%. And it's now fallen into the 30%. The question is, what's going to happen off into the future? Now, it's true the governor in November paused and said that they had to cut back occupancy to 25%. So that's playing into the, and that's slowly being supposedly benchmarked up to 50% by mid-March, I think. So this is visitor volume, similar story. 3.6 million in February, 114,000 in April, and in December 1.3 million. So a little anecdotal evidence here to suggest that if we get COVID under control, we might have a booming economy. In September and October, I don't know if Ray remembers this, but in September and October, the year over year, the monthly number for the number of cars coming, the traffic between Southern Nevada and Las Vegas on I-15 increased in September and October of 2020 compared to September and October of 2019. Fully recovered. But then California had some problems, and now the traffic volume is less than it was a year ago. But I think there's pent-up demand for people to, they put a lot of money in saving. They're looking for things to do where they can have some fun, go away, have a vacation. Las Vegas is a good place to come. But notice here that the visitor volume is same pattern, and it's actually declining in recent months. So the last number is December number. The exception was the construction sector. Construction was viewed as essential. Yeah, we had to finish the Allegiant Stadium for the football team, right? They got to play with nobody in the stands except for a few friends and relatives. Resorts World is opening up. That's 4,500 rooms. They're going to employ like 7,000 or 8,000 people. But we have some hotels that have been shut down, and are coming back online. The Sphere, which is the Madison Square Garden event center near the Strip, it's going to be it's a sphere, translucent. You can see out in all directions. They just put the cap on a scaffolding for the top of the building. They're going to connect the sphere to, I think it's 335 tons of steel. They had to lift up and put on the scaffolding this past week. The second largest crane in the world was in Las Vegas to do that. So construction activity, this is our construction index, which is construction employment, commercial permits, and residential permits. It was not affected too much. Here's construction employment. We see some downward trend, but that may only be a fact that the Allegiant Stadium was finished and Resorts World is, shutting down their office, so that we expect some decrease. Here's Case-Shiller Western Metro housing price indices. We see the Las Vegas. So this is indexed. I think it's 2000 January. It's 100, and Las Vegas is trailing the pack. Phoenix is second to the last, and Phoenix has picked up more quickly than Las Vegas in recent months. And the dark blue line is Los Angeles, which is leading the pack. Whereas San Francisco is the brown line. Here's the Housing Opportunity Index, the National Association of Home Builders. The dotted line at the bottom is give you the California's perspective. That's Los Angeles, Long Beach, Glendale. And everybody else, Mountain West is up here with the national, the black line is the national. I put in Reno, which is the dotted red line. Reno got the Gigafactory, the battery factory, the Tesla factory, and they've diversified their economy so that part of the two-county story, or the tale of two cities in Nevada, that they went from about 30% of their employment in leisure and hospitality to 15%. Nationally, it's about 11. Las Vegas is still about 28, 29%. We used to be 35. So we had the opportunity to have Faraday Future. You may have not have heard of Faraday Future. Electric car company was going to build in North Las Vegas, 4,500 employees, it was going to be much like the Gigafactory, would have diversified our economy a little bit, but we're much larger than Reno, so it wouldn't have been as big an effect. But unfortunately, the financing for that seemed to be somewhat suspicious. It was a Chinese investor, and they decided to leave. So Faraday Future turned out to be in our past, not in our future. So we're still not diversified enough. I think the next year, this one compares Las Vegas and Reno to as you get closer to the coast in California, housing affordability gets worse and worse. So the 50 number, this means that 50% of the households with median income can buy 50% of the housing in the market. So up here at the US rates is about 60%, means that the median household income can buy 60% of the houses in the market. Okay, here's a quick look at some commercial vacancy rates. Interestingly, we actually see the office vacancy rate is starting to go up a little bit. It had been on a downward trend, very slow downward trend since the Great Recession. The Great Recession had a big effect on all these industrial, retail, and office markets, and industrial and retail recovered. The office market didn't, and the office market is now retrenching a bit. So we do a survey of local business leaders. What is the most important challenge you face in your business today? This was done in December. Interestingly, COVID was second. Economic uncertainty was number one. Decreasing sales was 3. So here's our forecast, and I'll close up. I'm trying to mind my time. It's very similar to the Nevada forecast, except the changes are larger. We have the visitor volume, gross gaming revenue. Now we have the hotel, motel occupancy rate, and the employment numbers. They mirror each other in that 2020 was down a lot, up a lot in 21, up, but not as much in 22. Population growth hanging in there, right? Just under 2%, over 2% in 2021. It takes something to slow our population growth. I think that's the end. Yeah, thank you.
So we have just a couple of minutes for questions. Does anybody want to posit anything to my friend? I see a hand up from George Hammond.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, George.
Yeah, could you talk a little bit more about the recovery in visitor volume and, gaming revenue, hotel occupancy rates over the next couple of years, and kind of how that plays out for domestic visitors versus international visitors?
Well, in domestic visitors, we have the drive-in, and that'll recover first. As I suggested, it had already recovered from California back in September and October. But then retrenched a bit because of the governor shutting down a bit our activities, and also the California problem. They have severe restrictions in California, as Ray can document. Then we have the travel from other states. That's going to require people being confident in flying, and that's not going to happen until, I think, until we have conquered the coronavirus. So my concern, everybody around here seems to be optimistic. And I agree with the optimism. Once you solve the coronavirus problem, I think we're going to have a very healthy recovery nationally, and an even stronger recovery in Las Vegas, because people are going to, in addition to taking normal vacations, are going to be extra stuff they want to do because I haven't done anything in 12 months. except go to the office occasionally like today. International travel, they're behind. They're a little bit behind in terms of getting control. I was watching the Australian Open tennis, and they had to quarantine the players for 14 days, and they started playing. And then Melbourne shut down for 5 days during the tournament, and they no fans. And then the fans came back. I didn't quite understand why they could do it in 5 days, but anyway, once international travel, I'd say returns. Our biggest visitor comes from Canada. The Canadians need to get that under control. I think that recovery will be strong, but the risk to the forecast, my forecast would be 2021 second half better, 2022 even better, maybe close to normal, 2023 probably normal. The risk to the forecast is we have too many people say, I'm not taking that shot. Or out of our control, somewhat out of our control, too many variants come up that evade the vaccine. And we have to get some new vaccines and new shutdowns. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. We have time for one more question. Juliet has her hand up, and then she's going to be taking over the screen after that. So,
All right.
keep things moving along.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure this is like a really great wrap-up question, but it's just something that I'm interested in. So Keith used to talk a lot about kind of the rise of Indian gaming and the potential, like, you know, maybe it being a substitute for Las Vegas visitation, and, you know, what, like, how that dynamic could develop over time. And, you know, I think we kind of know how this is playing out, but could you just kind of comment on where that's gone? And
So I'm going to have to use some information that my colleague Bo Bernard, who's in the leisure and hospitality, the hospitality school here, he has a joint appointment with UNR as the chaired professor of gaming and hospitality. I don't know, but right now he's also the interim director of research at UNLV, and his view, which I think is accurate, is think of any industry, and in the industry there's a part of that industry that is the innovator, the developer of new technology. So he views Las Vegas as the innovating capital of the gaming and hospitality world, and currently, and that in order to maintain our position, we need to be moving ahead. So I know that in the hospitality school they have a rather large room full of gaming equipment, right? And there's, believe it or not, their students are over there developing new games, testing new games, some of which have actually made it onto the casino floors. So I don't think Indian gaming, do we call it Indian gaming, or do we call it Native American gaming?
I know, as I was saying, that I'm actually not sure what, it's probably not that anymore, huh?
Earlier you were talking about, what was it, or maybe it's Montana. I'm a 5th generation Montanan. I'm glad to know that our nominee for the Department of the Interior is the 35th generation American.
Okay, well, with that comment, Juliet, if you want to share your screen and get ready to go. And if you already shared your screen, it's because I'm screwed up here. Okay.
All right, let's see.
And put your hand down.
The moment of truth.
That's easy.
All right, do we see a screen? Good. All right, excellent. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate a little time to share some insight with you. What is it, this afternoon, this morning, whatever time it is. In all of my COVID confusion, where the days and hours and time just runs together, I was thinking that our session, which started at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, meant that it started at 7 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for some reason. So I don't know. I'm just happy to join you all, and I've been participating in this session for a couple of years now, and I always like walk away with so many good ideas for how to talk about the Utah economy. Everyone looks at their regional economies through these different lenses, and it always makes me better to hear how you all are presenting the data on your economies. I am Juliette Tenner. I direct economic and public policy research at the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute. We're a policy institute in the David Eccles School of Business at the University of Utah. We've been around for 6 or 7 years now. It's kind of a unique opportunity to work in this institute, and it's like many of the centers that we work in, but a little bit larger than some of them. We're at about 30 full-time economists, researchers, and demographers. So that, some of us have some teaching assignments, adjunct instructing assignments, but we're really doing full-time research on the Utah economy at the University of Utah. I actually I'm calling it a sabbatical, but really I've actually been on really reduced time / leave since June. I'm one of the women who've kind of pulled away from the labor force because of having a kid home at school without childcare. And so it's been a really interesting year for me. I definitely like moving through the beginning of the pandemic, tracking data, helping policymakers kind of understand data and react to the impacts was definitely most of my spring. And since then, really, I've stepped away a little bit, still keeping track of what's going on in the economy, but just being here with you today makes me really excited to kind of swing back into full-time here in the next couple of months. So with that, I'll share some of the data points that I've been tracking. Like Pat, I think I'll have a little bit more of a narrative here, again, just almost from my position of being away from being really in the data day to day. So I've kind of pulled out to just share some highlights with you. So yeah, now I'm maybe not going to be super in depth, but definitely would be, we do develop revenue forecasts, we do develop economic indicator forecasts, and I'll mention those at the end of my presentation and would be so willing to follow up with you in depth later, but I'm not going to necessarily focus on that here. I'll just maybe go through a couple of things that have happened in Utah since we all were planning, to see each other last year. Sorry, my screen's acting a little funny. There we go. So rolling back, basically almost a year ago now, March 11th, 2020 really sticks in Utahns' minds. Rudy Gobert, one of our favorite jazz players, tested positive for COVID-19 on that day. And I think if you remember, I don't know, for those of you who kind of follow this stuff, you'll remember that Rudy was at a press conference just a couple of days prior to that positive test where he was kind of playfully joking about the virus and, went through and kind of breathed on all of the microphones and touched the microphones in a really, playful manner. And then, my goodness, he tested positive for COVID-19 just a couple of days later, and the NBA suspends the season. And I think, for what it's worth, kind of reflecting back on this now, it was maybe kind of horrifying after the fact, but I think that Rudy's how he was kind of portraying COVID-19 at the time was like the way that a lot of us were thinking about it. It was this it was just this this kind of mysterious virus that we knew was serious, but we didn't really understand how serious or how quickly it could spread. And so it was at the end, like many of you, I'm sure, end of February, knew this was at play. Even in those first couple of days of March, legislative sessions were wrapping up. I don't think we had any sort of handle on what was to happen so quickly and so acutely, so severely over the next couple of days, weeks, and months. So March 11th is a day that really sticks for us. By that point, our university had not actually sent students home or closed campus. Our policy institute, we work off campus and we have a little bit more flexibility. So we had actually by that week gone to remote working. But at that point it was, we're gonna work from home for a couple of weeks and just to play it safe, and we'll see everyone back in the office in a couple of weeks. And here we are still. I've fully set up my home office still, working from home, teaching from home. And then the following week, and this is the kind of what the line was drawn for our university to send students home, March 18th, we had a 5.7 magnitude earthquake just 10 miles west of Salt Lake City. And I don't know, you know, I have no idea. 5.7, 2.7, I don't know, you know, that number magnitude, but I will tell you it was incredibly scary. I live in downtown Salt Lake City in a 1906 house, and miraculously the house was not impacted, but this house shook. It was just, you know, and it's in the middle of this global pandemic taking hold. The earth is shaking. It was a really scary time. I've provided some pictures for you. Magna was it's about 10 miles west of Salt Lake City. That was the epicenter of the earthquake, and you can see a picture there of, you know, the damage to a brick building there. For those of you that are familiar with Salt Lake City, that have visited Salt Lake City, you know that in downtown Salt Lake City, it's home to the Church of Latter-day Saints, Jesus Christ temple. And on top of that temple is this angel Moroni, and Moroni lost his trumpet during that earthquake. And so I think it kind of just like sums up everything that was taking place that week. And then we move into you know, late spring, the early summers. I just pulled a kind of a quote from our newspaper. So the Deseret News called you know, identified the Salt Lake City protest that happened on May 30th as turning chaotic. And so there was, you know, there's like in every place across the United States, there's been a great deal of civil unrest, really spurred by the murder of George Floyd. And, you know, downtown Salt Lake City, there was certainly quite a bit of chaos, especially at the end of May and then moving into the summer. And then, I mean, just, you know, so global pandemic, major earthquake, civil unrest, and then we had the pleasure of a hurricane-force windstorm hitting the Wasatch Front on September 8th. 100-mile-per-hour gusts. Again, like what is 100-mile-per-hour gust versus 50-mile-per-hour gust versus whatever. Like, I don't, you know, whatever that number means, but just to show you what happened. You know, this picture that you're looking at on the left is a picture that, you know, there were numbers of cars and homes damaged by all the trees that were uprooted. The power was out. I know that, you know, our friends in Texas are dealing with this right now. We had multi-day power outages. You know, some of the kids were scheduled to go back into school, into remote school in the Salt Lake City School District. And that remote school was actually, start date was actually delayed by a week because the kids weren't able to log on just because many, many people were without power. I've got a picture I have to share with you, a picture of my little 6-year-old Violet. She's standing next to her favorite climbing tree that got uprooted outside of our house. So just to kind of set this all up for you in Utah, it's sprinkled here and there throughout the presentations have been reference to how well Utah is doing. And I just want to kind of show you kind of you know, some of the background even to how well Utah is doing. It has not been an easy time in our state, in our economy over the past year. And, you know, we deal with the same challenges that everyone else is dealing with some additional things peppered in along the way. So looking at some data, and we've seen this data in this way and in other ways throughout the morning. Utah's done quite well during this time of tremendous economic stress. The impact was quite severe initially, but the recovery or rebound has actually been fairly sharp in the state of Utah. So, you know, if we compare, you know, where we are now in the most recent data versus where we were right before the pandemic took hold, Utah actually has about the same number of jobs that we had at this time last year. So basically, we've recovered all of the jobs that were lost in those initial months of the pandemic, and only Idaho shares that status with us. I have a note there, which has been brought up before. You know, what will benchmark revisions hold? You know, I'm certain that this picture will change a bit as we get more data. You know, that data's we're always looking in our rearview mirror to try to interpret what's going on. But nevertheless, I think that like the magnitudes and the relative differences will hold when we get those benchmark revisions. Another way to kind of think about this is kind of the timing and the path of what's happened. And I've just plotted, we've seen this graph before, but I've just plotted for the last 3 recessions. Utah is in the dotted line. The United States is in the just the regular line. I guess this means the undotted line, the connected line. The past 3 recessions. So current situation is in red. Of course, the Great Recession is in blue, and then the dot-com bust is in that kind of goldish color. And kind of the main takeaways are, if you look at the dot-com bust and the Great Recession, you know, you can see in basically the pattern holds that you know. So we're looking at the change in peak employment, the change from peak employment over the months of the recession, and then moving into recovery. And you know, the pattern is that Utah's impact has been as severe as the United States on average, a little bit worse actually during the Great Recession, but shows a path to recovery that is quicker, more accelerated than that of the US. So in the Great Recession, or after the Great Recession, Utah recovered the jobs that it had lost almost a full 2 years ahead of the United States. And so as we're looking at what's going on now, again, it's like just the dynamics are completely different. And you know, we live this. I mean, you can't really forecast what happens with a pandemic or predict, you know, what happens. But you know, you see this very, very sharp decline in jobs, obviously, over the first couple of months. In this case, Utah was actually less impacted than the US. So Utah's total job base shrank by about 9%, where the US job base shrank by over 14%, between 14 and 15%. I know that's been brought up a couple of times. So we did not have the same magnitude of impact in those initial losses. And then, you know, following that, we've actually recovered much quicker than most every state in the nation. So you know, so the next question is, well, why? And this is a question I get. You know, I am on leave, but I do a couple of presentations here and there. And so, you know, I try to like help policymakers kind of think about, well, why, you know, why have we fared better economically than every other state? And like, how do we maintain that position moving into the future? And so here's kind of like the public talking points for why we think we're in the economic position that we are. So number one, preparation. You know, Utah has really strong fundamentals. We entered this time of economic stress in a really excellent position. You know, over the course of the economic expansion, Utah time and time again posted economic growth rates that were better than in many other places, and did so consistently over that long expansion period. Also from kind of like a fiscal standpoint, policymakers here are pretty conservative, prudent in fiscal practice. And so we entered this downturn with a really sizable rainy day fund, planning for budget, we would call budget stress testing, like a concrete plan for reacting to needs for budget cuts. So, you know, like you're not in a crisis-driven budget mode when the revenues come down. And so I think all of that kind of led us to kind of manage things a little bit easier in the initial part of the pandemic. It's been brought up before, economic diversity has been really important, a really important story, really in Utah's just overall economic growth, but also in how impacts have taken hold during this recession. You know, we've talked about this before, but Frank Hoffman at the University of Utah developed this measure of economic diversity. And when you use that measure, Utah does rank #1 for economic diversity. And I've got to be careful about talking about diversity, because sometimes I kind of slip into talking about all this diversity in Utah to broader audiences. And I think that when we hear the term diversity, we usually think of demographic diversity, and Utah does not necessarily have great demographic diversity, but we do have very great economic diversity. And so the fact that we weren't over specialized in any one industry, especially for travel and tourism, leisure and hospitality, means that the impacts were somewhat mitigated. And then finally, in you know, some of the public positioning and talking about for where we stand, we had a really swift economic response. So March 11th is the that NBA shutdown, which is essentially like how we mark COVID-19 pandemic is real. It's here. We need to deal with it. March 18th was that Magna earthquake, and by March 24th, our legislature, our governor, and business leaders had this economic response plan developed and implemented. And then that economic response plan went through, you know, a number of iterations over time, but to our knowledge, it was the first in the nation. I have a friend who has some acquaintances who teach at Oxford University, and like this, you know, they actually used this plan as kind of as an example. And, you know, March 24th, did we really understand what the path looked like into the future? No, but at least there were kind of some goals in place, some instructions in place. You know, at that point, you were looking at reopening economy by June. Obviously, that continued to get pushed out. But, you know, in this plan, there was some really deep thinking about how the pandemic would impact, how the impacts would play out in different industries, how the risk of the risk of spread was different in different industries, and tried to put forward some guidance for how to deal with that in those industries. And so for all these reasons, we think we have the result that we have. So in addition to those things, there are a couple of other factors at play that I'd like to just share with you. And, you know, that some of these things are not necessarily under policymakers' control, maybe kind of long-term planning. They are, but really there's just a lot of kind of good fortune that has left Utah where it is during this time. So number one, the initial timing of the outbreak was definitely on our side. And so I'm certain that you've heard, and many of you kind of share similar stories with kind of the positioning of your states, but we've had, you know, if we look back over the past couple of months, Utah has definitely been, you know, in the top states for cases and for spread of COVID-19 recently. And so, you know, I don't want to downplay that and how it's been an issue, and it's something that we've been working on. And I think that some of those efforts are taking hold, and you see that actually in the decline in testing. But we didn't have the like severity of outbreak in those initial months. And so if you kind of look at this graph I've got here, we're looking at COVID-19 tests per 100,000 population. So everything's kind of adjusted for Utah is in the gold color, New York is in that kind of green teal color, and then the US is in that grayish color. And the main takeaway here is that kind of for the United States, there have been four spikes of COVID-19. So that initial spike was in April. So there was a spring spike, there was a summer spike, and it's so funny to call those spikes now, you know, compared to what we saw. But spring spike, summer spike, we saw the Thanksgiving spike, post-Thanksgiving spike, and then the post-Christmas spike. So four kind of US spikes in COVID-19. Utah really had 3. So we kind of missed that first spike. And so by the time the virus was really taking hold in our state, there was more information, right? So like the initial reaction to all of this was shut down, close the economy. And while Utah didn't have like mandated economic closures, for all intents and purposes, Utah's economy did really close in those initial stages, but not as, you know, severely, I guess. And so by the time we're having that second spike, we kind of have more information about spread. And again, by that time we were understanding how important masks were. And so I think that kind of helped the economy to be a little bit more open, right? When those spikes were occurring. So the timing of the outbreak has definitely been on our side. Favorable demographics, I think, have definitely mitigated the impacts. And this is even from a health standard, like who is actually suffering the most adverse effects from the virus. And then also just from an economic standpoint, like who's actually working in our labor force. I just pulled some data that are kind of interesting, and it gets to maybe some of the points that were made before. If you look at, you know, of the adult population, the percent of those that are aged 26 to 34. So that really like young, healthy, entrepreneurial, innovating population, which I mean, I'm not a part of it, you know, when I say that, you know, you can be over 34 and absolutely be part of that population. But you know, like on average, we think of that as like that really kind of up and coming, innovative population. About 19% of Utah's population is in that age range. So really the highest in the nation, except for DC. And I think that that's definitely helped in how this pandemic's played out, just from the health side, but then also from the economy side. I just threw in here some data that I thought was kind of interesting. I'm teaching urban economics this semester, and you know, we're talking a lot about like agglomeration and localization economies, and you know, kind of having this discussion around whether or not, you know, with technology, do you actually need cities, right? And this Brookings paper is looking at what's happened with tech jobs and what's happened with innovation jobs, and they're showing that there's actually been more and more concentration of tech jobs in these large kind of tech places, and so kind of the smaller metropolitans are actually losing tech jobs relative, like in terms of relative shares, as tech jobs continue to concentrate in these really large agglomerations and on the coast, essentially. But Utah's kind of and so you're looking at kind of what's happening with the share of innovation sector jobs change between 2005 and 2017 here. But so you can see all those losses in red. But you know, Utah, Salt Lake City metropolitan statistical area, and Provo-Orem kind of buck the trend. We've actually been increasing concentration in the share of the nation's tech jobs in these places. And I think that, you know, I mean, it's like which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Like, which direction does this go with our young population? But I think that our young population has definitely influenced this result. And then you kind of move through the impacts of what does a pandemic shutdown look like in the economy? Well, if you're working in the tech sector, it's you know, you might be working at home already, or the transition to working at home is really seamless. And so this has definitely been something that I think has been in our favor. Lower income inequality might also have an influence. You know, that we see that the impacts of COVID-19, both on the health side and the economic side, have been especially severe in lower income populations. So this analysis, you know, the Gini coefficient of income inequality shows that the state of Utah has the lowest level of income inequality in the nation. And so maybe kind of on average, this has been part of why we've seen the result that we have seen. Now, I will mention to this group that I'm kind of interested in challenging this idea of using a Gini coefficient to measure income inequality in a place like Utah that does not have the demographic diversity that other places do. So when you have a relatively homogeneous population, that can kind of impact what this coefficient looks like, or what, you know, the distribution of income looks like across the board on average. But as you start to kind of dig down deeper, there are definitely places of challenge. But nevertheless, kind of if you pull back out to looking at the performance of Utah comprehensively on average, I do think that this has played a role. One other point, and it's always kind of a little bit scary to present someone else's data. And so Professor Miller, if this is wrong, you can let us know. But you know, I think at least generally the magnitudes are probably on par. But in Utah, our travel and tourism sector is pretty well focused in outdoor recreation. And so while that sector has certainly been impacted, and we see that in the data, it hasn't been impacted to the effect that other travel and tourism sectors in other states have been. And so just for example here, it's really not a great apples to apples comparison, but it helps to kind of paint this picture. If I look at year over change in visitors to Utah's national parks versus year over change to visitors in Las Vegas, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of 2020, you can see that the declines in our visitors to Utah's national parks were less severe than a place like Las Vegas. And actually in 2020, we had one of the best fourth quarters yet in visitation to national parks, as people have felt a little bit more comfortable traveling by car, being in the outdoors. And I haven't had a chance to really dig into this data, but I suspect that if you were to start to kind of look at national park visitation, domestic travelers versus international travelers, I think that you'd see kind of an interesting story there. You know, anecdotally, we know that many people itching to kind of have some sort of travel experience during the pandemic are hopping into their cars and visiting our national parks. And so there's the loss on the international side, obviously, but I'd like to dig deeper into what's happening on the domestic side as this data become available. Okay, and then looks like I dropped my slide, but I did want to make the point that another thing that maybe has kind of softened the impact here has been, and we've talked about this in other places, but has been kind of this migration to Utah. That, you know, the fact that, especially, you know, during the pandemic, it's basically accelerated this idea that you can work from anywhere as long as you have good internet. And so we certainly, again, anecdotally have been hearing about, you know, people investing in second homes in the state of Utah, coming to live in that second home and kind of hunkering down during the pandemic, or people actually relocating to Utah. And, you know, again, we don't have great data on that yet with them. We're waiting for the census migration estimates. But I do have some data that shows, if you look at kind of cash purchase of homes over time, post March 2020, we saw this divert. So we saw a lot more buyers moving into the Utah real estate market with cash, and the divergence in the median home sales price, cash versus mortgage, there was a great divergence in March where those cash prices got really high. And so we suspect that's a lot of the you know, wealthier folks from the coast putting some money down into Utah, places like Park City, Summit County. Definitely seeing those things happening there. We think that kind of cash divergence is some evidence of that type of phenomenon, which has been, you know, helpful. So just watching over time, I'm just kind of wrapping it up. The economic impact from COVID-19 has been sudden, acute, and uneven. The recovery is also uneven. And we should expect it to be uneven moving forward. A lot of us have been talking about this K-shaped recovery that's emerging. So, and I think that's what's happening in Utah. Like on average, we have more of the upper leg of the K going on. So the professional and technical occupations really are poised for a great rebound, and really didn't, you know, necessarily lose a lot to begin with. Our tech industry has been a bright spot. Construction in Utah particularly has been a bright spot. And of course, higher income households have just not been impacted the way that lower income households have been impacted. And then on the bottom leg of the K, you know, certainly felt the crunch during the initial stages of the pandemic, but then moving into the recovery, we think that there's still going to be quite a bit of struggle in those industries that were impacted. So arts, entertainment, leisure, and then we are actually also particularly concerned about our rural communities, multicultural communities, women, and of course lower income households. I'll share these last couple of slides with you. I'm making my point about uneven. You know, again, you see construction we're looking at employment change between 2019 and 2020 in December, and you can, you know, we've seen this in other places. So construction, a real bright spot. Financial activities, a real bright spot. Leisure and hospitality, you know, their employment base is 13% lower than it was pre-pandemic. And so that's a way to look at this by industry. And then also, you know, doing a deeper dive, looking into local economies, again, that what's happening at the average is not, you know, it often masks what's going on in our local economies. So at the Gardner Policy Institute, we've done some work to categorize Utah's counties into 6 economic regions. So the Bureau of Economic Analysis, I think, used to do these economic regions, but they've not done it for some time. And so we picked up some of that work looking at commuting patterns, healthcare consumption patterns, trade flows. Allward Institute helps us a little bit to look at trade flows, industry similarities, and we developed, and then also some economic intuition, and we've developed 6 regions for Utah. I am going to spare you the time of going through them so I can answer questions, but basically the point here is just, if you look in that lower right-hand corner, you can see there's disparity in the impact among our regions. And depending on those regional, so everything's kind of masked to the top, but if we dive into, for example, our West Central region, the employment base has contracted by almost 8%. And in some of those counties have not even recovered from the Great Recession. And so it's been, this recession has been quite challenging in some places, where in other places, for example, the Southwest, so that's kind of St. George and Washington County, used to have really close ties to Clark County, Nevada, still has pretty close ties there, but I think it's really becoming its own economic engine. We actually see, an employment-based expansion of over 1% in that area. And if you're really paying attention, you'll note that the Greater Salt Lake region is down in employment by 1.7%. About 80, almost 90% of the population is in that region. So how does that jive with the data that I showed you earlier that shows that all in all, Utah's employment base is not contracted, and it's actually grown a little bit. And it goes back to this issue of data. So these data are coming out of our Department of Workforce Services, which is taking the CES data, taking the CPS data, making some forecasts with the QCW data. And I love that I can just throw out all those acronyms to this group, and they're coming up with these numbers. And so that kind of goes back to my point about, taking data with a grain of salt right now, but still letting it be instructive. So
we're going to have to call it.
Yeah, I love it. I was going to say, I'm going to leave you with the forecast. It will be in the slides, but I don't know. I think it's the same. There's really no difference, right, than anything that's been presented before. And Rich, I like that you talked about putting, kind of putting bounds around your forecast. And I'd like to start doing that, because I just don't think these point forecasts are really that great right now.
Not in this environment with the uncertainty now. Pete, why don't you gear up? But if there's a quick question for Juliet, and then we can certainly run long, and we will run long to make sure Pete gets his time to come in. But are there any? I don't see any hands up. I thought your presentation was fascinating. You approach things in different ways, and I really enjoyed that very much. And I like this sort of concept of economic grouping. And my kind of view, you can attribute Utah's success to diversity. I attribute it to a large young labor force, which you highlighted, that's well educated, and affordable housing. So when we're losing out in Colorado to Utah, which we do on a number of things, that you're a much smaller economic entity, but you're a fierce one at this point. It's people ultimately that we're talking to who say it's too expensive in Colorado, the housing's too expensive in Colorado, because as I know you know, we have the second highest college educated workforce in the country. So people don't say, hey, you don't have smart people. They say it's going to be too expensive. And I have to tell you, the economic development activity in the state is skyrocketing right now. We're seeing so many companies from major urban areas thinking about moving to the state. So I don't know if that's a side benefit of this or not, but even with the housing issue, which I think is a big one, cost of living. So Pete, are you geared up? I apologize, I have two different screens and I have the one up with faces on it right now. Are you geared up there, my friend? Professor Parcells?
Can you see my screen? It says Economic Outlook, Washington State.
Yes.
And you all can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me get started. And that was a nice presentation about Utah. We should have some sort of session at the end of all of our presentations so we could, as if we were in a room, just get together and talk.
Yeah,
but having said that, I'm Pete Parcells, and I'm a professor in the economics department at Whitman College. And most of my research is about social and economic impact. I've done work in Australia for 10 years. I worked with the state of Washington and the state of Oregon on corrections. We wanted to know the impact of prisons and communities. And then I was one of the founders and administrators of the American Association of Wine Economists. And that's a little bit of my background. I've been doing this presentation for Washington and also sometimes have done Oregon for many years now. And today I'm going to do what one of the other presenters mentioned. I'm going to give you a little more of a narrative rather than go into all the US figures, which most of you already covered. What I do want to mention is that in my presentation, people are important. And so besides just looking at economic impacts and economic numbers, I want to look at sort of the people numbers. And one way of doing this is to look at the impact of COVID on the economic impact of COVID and the disruption to the economy and to people's lives. So you'll see some of my slides that talk about that. And to start this, just to give you a little bit of background, although most of you maybe are familiar, I'm going to talk a little bit about Washington State so that you'll understand Washington State isn't just Seattle, but it's made up of different areas like most of your states. And obviously the rural and the urban areas are live very differently during this time. So I've entitled my presentation here, the economic outlook of, let's see, on the screen here. And what I wanted to talk about was addressing the pandemic disruptions. And so I assume you can see my pictures on the screen here, just to make it cute. But to start off, I wanted to talk a little bit about the whole COVID disruption. And part of this is the fact that we missed Honolulu back in last year, our 59th meeting. And just some of the things we missed by not going to Honolulu was, for example, my presentation. If you remember the meeting in Napa, I was able to present a wine prize for the wine tasters. We had a wine tasting as part of one of the receptions. There's obviously no reception at our meetings nowadays, today, because we're doing it virtual. Even our fearless leader, Rich, came back to my wine table 3 or 4 times because he just couldn't figure out what wine it was we were tasting. But anyway, you also missed my economic outlook for Washington State for 2020. We also I missed my wedding anniversary, which since I actually had a 2-week spring break during the meetings, my wife and I were going to spend 2 weeks in Hawaii, but that didn't work out. And most importantly, as most of you know, because you were all invited, we missed the Pauahana at Carl's house, which was really the low point of not being at the conference. Having said all that, let me just address these pandemic disruptions. And I always like to remember our former colleagues, Schwer and Essie Adibi. And they used to make comments like, an economist is an expert who will know tomorrow why the things he predicted yesterday didn't happen today, which I think is a pretty wise saying. I'm going to show you pictures, 4 of them, and then just very briefly give you an overview of Washington State. This is the northwest region of Washington State. This is a picture of Seattle, Mount Rainier in the background. This is the northeastern part of Washington State. That's a tower in Spokane that's left over from one of the World Trade Fairs. This is the southeastern portion of Washington State, which is a city of Vancouver. You're actually looking at Mount Hood, which is across the river, the Columbia River in Oregon. Vancouver is right across the river from Portland, Oregon. And this is the a vineyard in one of the Walla Walla River in the Walla Walla area in the southeastern portion of the state. So this is what Washington looks like. And I'm going to go through the areas. Number 1 is the Seattle area. Number 2 is the Spokane area. And area number 3, whoops, let me get my markers here, is Vancouver. And I don't know if you can see my pointer on the screen, but that Vancouver is down here. And then lastly, Walla Walla and what's known as the Tri-Cities, Richland, Kennewick, Pasco, is in my area. And some of you may know that Richland is named for that because at one time it was the highest income per capita in the United States because they brought in all the nuclear physicists because this is where they actually developed the material for the first atomic bomb out at the Hanford Reservation. And obviously they paid physicists quite a bit of money. So just looking at the 4 areas in terms of a little background, keep clicking on the wrong item here. The Seattle area, as most of you probably are aware, a lot of professional and business services. This would be companies like Microsoft and all the supporting companies. Obviously, educational, health services. Retail trade is a big product in the Seattle area. And manufacturing, obviously Boeing. And I've listed, just to give you an idea of some of the job elements in this part of the state, Amazon has the most employees, 600,000. Starbucks, about 291,000. And then you can see the rest here. And so that's sort of the major impacts that represent that area. When we talk about the Spokane area, which is the northeastern part of the state, a lot of medical services, some of the best heart hospitals and other hospitals are in the Spokane area. The Fairchild Air Force Base is actually the county's largest employer, and that's in that area. And Washington in the northeastern corner pretty much is a regional center for surrounding rural populations of both eastern Washington and northern Idaho, which is right across the border. When we look at the Vancouver area, which is in the southwestern part of the state, Clark County, it used to be a real headquarters area for firms like Hewlett-Packard and some of the others. Now there's been a lot of diversification into their having their headquarters and upper end services. Health and medical are there. It's unique, that is, the Vancouver area is unique because it's part of the Portland, Oregon metro area, and a third of the labor force from the county actually commutes to Portland every day. It's an interesting area because Washington has no sales tax, which means everybody from Portland, or for everybody from Washington, I got that backwards. Washington has a sales tax, that's what I meant to say, but no income tax, and I put the word yet. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Oregon has an income tax, but no sales tax. So everybody from Washington goes to Oregon to shop, and people from Oregon tend to move sometimes to Washington to live because of the no income tax. In the Walla Walla area, which is in the southeastern corner of the state, we're a pretty kind of diversified community. And what I skipped over in the last couple of slides, but you probably noticed as you were looking, is the unemployment rate. And we have a fairly low unemployment rate, and this is as of December, compared to the other areas, because we're pretty diversified. Agriculture, obviously we grow a lot of grapes and wheat and onions, but we also have government. We have a prison there. This is the corrections. Education, we actually have 3 colleges in the area. We have the Army Corps of Engineers and various other government entities in the area. So we're a pretty diversified economy. I'm going to use the blue chip economic forecast that's put out by ASU and the Carey people. And just to kind of give you an overview of the fact that Washington is sort of in the middle of the pack. And some of the numbers here are confusing, and maybe some of you can explain those to me. But if we just look at Washington, and I put a little circle, square around there, at 3.2% in terms of current and personal income, we're sort of in the middle. At the high end is Utah, which in this forecast is 4.9%, and the low end, California and Idaho, which maybe doesn't match up with Carl's prediction, but I'm just taking this from the blue chip forecast. If we look at retail sales, and this is a little confusing to me, Washington, and I'll explain it on the next slide, Washington is actually the lowest number, whereas Colorado is the highest in terms of retail sales. We'll come back to that. Wage and salary employment, again, Washington's pretty much in the middle. Nevada's on the high end. Texas is on, or excuse me, Oregon is on the low end. Population growth, Washington, 0.9%. The high end right now is Idaho. The low end is California and Wyoming. And then lastly, in single family housing permits, Washington's in the middle, again, about 5.4. Utah is the highest. And right now, Oregon is the lowest. Now, what's a little confusing about the retail sales here, especially since we have Amazon, which is a large number of retail sales, since online sales do count as retail sales. But I'm thinking that in our forecast here, that is when we look at just Washington for the forecast, we'll note that the Economic Outlook Center has the retail sales at 3.0. the Economic and Revenue Forecast Council, which is actually from the state of Washington, we have retail sales at 4.8. But for some reason, Connerly, he's got us down at a negative 6%. So maybe he's not counting out of state sales as retail sales for Washington because sales tax is collected elsewhere. And that's really what's driven our number down to 0.6. Other than that, we're pretty much in the middle of the pack on all the numbers. I wanted to look at reasons for the economic impacts, and I'm going to list 10 a little bit later. But just as an overview, and this back to my talk about disruptions, we all know that one of the reasons there are so many economic impacts and impacts on people's lives is because businesses have closed, whether it's because the government closed them or they went out of business. And when businesses are closed, income and employment obviously falls. When income and employment falls, unless there's government subsidies, such as the CARE Act, consumption falls, and the GDP or GSP for states obviously falls. And so this is kind of that dynamic decay circle that we have. Health issues also, when we disrupt people's freedoms, which there's been a lot of literature about, but it's sometimes hard to look at the economic impact. And this is the disruption of freedom to travel. You're not allowed to go anywhere, especially if it's international. You're not allowed to associate. I can't tell you how many times when I'm online with my colleagues, they wish we could just get together in person. Also, the freedom to educate. I'm sharing a house here with some grandkids who are going to school online, and it's real interesting. And then there's much more, obviously. As part of the pandemic disruptions, there are, and I am assuming my slides are still working like they're supposed to, because I haven't heard anything from anybody. Okay, in terms of the pandemic disruptions, due to the pandemic, there are 4,822 total deaths in Washington state. That's as of a couple of days ago. And most of you have seen graphs like this. This is for Washington itself, and this is just the daily new cases with our the usual spikes in months after the holiday break for Thanksgiving and Christmas. And as I said, the holiday breaks, things have gone up somewhat. Let me just switch my computer here. And with respect to the actual impacts, as of February 20th, according to my stats, there were 509,875 total deaths in the USA because of the pandemic. That's a lot. USA population is about 330 million. In Washington, our population is about 7.6. Our deaths, not COVID, but in 2018, just to give you an average number of deaths, were 56,877. COVID, as I mentioned, 4,822. And so essentially, Washington has about an 8.5% excess deaths, as they're called, compared to the United States, which has 38% excess deaths. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about what that means, but it really tells you the impact, not just on the economics, but on people. And I just wanted to show you some facts and figures, which most of you are probably familiar with. And I just said, why am I hiding under my bed? Even though I've had both of my vaccines shots a couple of weeks ago now, but COVID death by age category, and this is for the United States, the graph on the left. This is for Washington, which is the graph on the right. And you can see there's not much difference. And in fact, if I circled where I am in that graph, either graph, you'll see that the majority of COVID deaths occur in individuals that are much older. Now, that's not good or bad, unless you're young, I suppose it's good. It just means that, you know, everything from your immune systems to maybe where you associate or travel or what have you, means that there's higher death. But even though that's an impact, and it's obviously a bad impact, if you look at the deaths overall, again, on the left, this is the number of total deaths in the gray. You can see that COVID, as a percent, if you will, or as a portion of the total deaths, is a much smaller number. On the graph on the right, these are percents, or the share of total deaths. And obviously, the numbers are still similar to the last slide, where it's the older people have, for whatever reason, slower working immune systems or more serious conditions, but there's still a lot of deaths out there. So I don't mean to say that COVID's been blown out of proportion. It's obviously had major disruptions, but sometimes I think it gets used by politicians in particular for reasons that it shouldn't be used for. Just to mention what excess deaths are, and I'm not going to go through all this. I'd be glad to send this information to you, but usually it's defined as the difference between the observed number and the expected numbers. And it's an easy calculation. Just to give you an example, if you had a p-score of 100%, that means the number of deaths are 100% higher. That is double than the average death over a 5-year period. So again, for the state of Washington, for the US as a whole, the p-value is about 38, which means that 38% of the deaths, in addition to normal deaths, are because of COVID. And this is how you would actually get up to this 13,000% number, if you're interested. Washington, we're only at 8.5, as I mentioned. So we're much below the national average in terms of deaths, even though many people say the COVID outbreak started in some of our nursing homes. Now, why is this a major threat to the US and Washington, and specifically to the economies? Most of this is due to the uncertain impact of COVID-19. If you were to look at the state of Washington, and again, using that same sort of graph that I had before, where I break it up into regions, you can see that a large number of the COVID deaths are essentially in the area 1, which is the high density, high population, lots of jobs. The Spokane area, again, high number of COVID related deaths and so on in that area. The Vancouver area, and then even in the Walla Walla area. And there's kind of a corridor between what I call Area 4 and Area 1, which is where most of the travel takes place, a lot of the transportation routes and so on. And again, where there's a lot of contact and higher densities, there are more COVID deaths. So obviously there's an impact of COVID on all economic activity and where people congregate. 10 facts, which I'm just going to list with a brief explanation. Most of you have already mentioned all of these, but this really tells you about the state of the US economy and the economic and social impacts on not only the US, but on Washington state. And this is these facts describe, as it says, a joint economic and public health crisis of a scale and at a speed unprecedented in the history of the US. Washington state in particular, small business revenue is down large amounts. Washington state has about 609,000 small businesses that employ 1.4 million. It's more than half of the state's private sector workforce. So anytime you shut down small businesses, there's going to be lots of impact. Many of the businesses that have gone out of business tend to reorganize. That is, they sell the old business and then maybe buy a new business. And I can't see the top of my screen because it says screen sharing, but I assume it's talking about the fact that there were several filings for bankruptcy. But as we know, there's a difference between Chapter 11 and Chapter 7 or Chapter 13. And Chapter 11 is really just a chance to reorganize. You sell your old business and start a new one, for example. New business formations are falling, but they're actually on a track to rise. This is one of the impacts of COVID. And why is that? You're in a business, you get laid off, you get fired, you go out, you start your own business. Layoffs and shutdowns are driving fewer total hours worked. So in terms of labor force participation rates and how many hours people work, which leads to income, the COVID is obviously leading to many fewer of those. The number of labor force participants not at work, unemployed, has grown exponentially. That is, a lot of people that were laid off or taken out of work in February and March didn't actually get into the labor force. They just dropped out. And so they weren't counted in the labor force in April. So in terms of labor force participants, that number has gone up by quite a bit. So again, numbers can be misleading sometimes. The number of people not in the labor force who wanted a job, obviously after they found out about this, they knew it was going to be long term. They wanted a job, and so that spiked exponentially. We all know that the savings rate has reached its highest recorded level. A lot of people weren't spending the stimulus money. Rich mentioned, for example, in Colorado, a lot of the people that were getting checks were putting them in their savings account because they didn't really need them at the time. There's a real disproportionate impact on individuals of lower income and with other conditions. Low-income families, as is mentioned here, especially those with children, were the most likely to experience an income shock. You know, these are the families that are just getting by day to day, whether it's for food and clothing and bringing up their families. And when you lose your job and several members are working, or you have to stay home with your kids, it can be an impact. In 26 states, more than 1 in 5 households has been behind on rent, and that's getting worse. And if you were to look at those states, it tends not to be states in the West, which is sort of interesting. From 2018 to mid-2020, the rate of food insecurity has doubled for households with children in general. And a lot of that is based on the COVID impact. So just to move down to a few other odds and ends, let me talk about the Washington Economics Revenue and Forecast Council forecast. The Washington economy continues to recover from the recession, but growth is slowing, and the gross state product, the forecast, is it's going to be negative through early 2021. And I'm not putting an actual number on it because, again, if you look at your confidence interval, it varies all over the place. We've recovered much from that, as Washington has recovered much from our 16.3% unemployment in April of 2020. But even while it's falling, and this is statewide, to 5.7%, in November, it went back up to it was falling, it was 5.7% in November. Right now, and this is the latest February statistics, it's back up to 7.1%. And again, consumption is down, and it's going to depend on what government policies come out in the next week or so. Housing construction has improved. Single family construction actually has fully recovered, as you can see from the graph. Multifamily is doing better, haven't gotten back to the pre-COVID area yet. Washington, 50% of our product in Washington is exported, and our exports have declined over the year for the 9th consecutive quarter. And while there were large increases in our agricultural exports, including soybeans, which went up like 64%, transportation equipment, which is mostly Boeing planes, and this predates the COVID crisis, when nobody really needed planes and they were just parked on runways. But obviously Boeing had a problem with the 737 MAX, and even recently, the 777 lost an engine. So Boeing exports have fallen 63.7% over the year. All other sectors, mostly manufacturing, have declined about 8.3%. The Washington real GSP declined 7.7% from the peak compared to 10.1% for the US. So we haven't declined quite as much. And again, these are third quarter 2020 statistics. I don't have the most recent update, but like some of the states in the West, particularly Arizona, we haven't fallen that much compared to the rest of the country. Revenue, to switch away from the sales and exports and to talk a little bit about revenue. Revenue is a real interesting phenomena. And without going into the COVID payments, care payments that the state received, and most state forecasts did not take into account the federal help, unemployment, small business benefits. And I wanted to mention one thing Rich mentioned earlier, that he had filed once or twice, someone had filed for, I think, unemployment benefits he mentioned. I've been hit twice, and people use my business name and my address to get a small business loan, which now the government's sending me letters that I'm supposed to be paying it back, and I'm defaulting because I haven't paid it back. Now, and they've sent me paperwork for if I've had ID stolen. So this is kind of the Department of Retail Trade. Anyway, it's been a real mess. So there's been a lot of illegal things going on as the government's been trying to help people. But the Revenue Act for tax collections in the state of Washington has actually led to quite an increase in our B&O tax, and that is how much money the state's been receiving. So they're not in very bad shape at all. Cannabis taxes are 37%. They've grown much higher than our liquor taxes. And in fact, year-over-year growth. What's that? I'm almost done? Yeah. So year over year, it's going to decline to about a negative 0.5%. I'm on a board right now where we're trying to implement a state income tax, but we won't talk about that too much. Seattle consumer price inflation has exceeded the national average. Some people say this is because of CHOP. If you remember the Capitol Hill organized protests, now all the businesses have higher insurance fees, $15 minimum wage. The governor and the state actually tried to implement and not an income tax, because that would be illegal if it's not voted on, but a capital gains tax. And right now there's a task force. We're looking at imposing a state income tax because the rich aren't paying their fair share. So there's a lot of impacts on business and individuals in the economy that are uncertain. So this is my last comment, my fact and concern. And again, this is the largest macroeconomic impact. When we talk about the impacts of unemployment, in a nutshell, it leads to 30,231 XX deaths in the previous 12 months because of people committing suicide or because they can't get out, et cetera. So there's a lot of impacts. So what do I have to say to wrap up my presentation? Wear a mask, get vaccinated, stay well, and hopefully see you all next year in Phoenix.
Scottsdale.
Scottsdale.
It's close. Yeah, it's close, but Scottsdale's fun. I don't know if anybody has a question. I have to jump off to do office hours here shortly, but let me just say thank you all for participating. I very much appreciate it. And again, a shout out to Jay Wan for putting the conference together. Really appreciate it. And I can't imagine how much work it was just doing our own conference over 5 days, sessions over each day was just a ton of work. So really very much appreciate that, and WRSA putting us on the program. And are there any other comments from my colleagues before we sign off? Pete?
Just briefly, yeah, thank you, Rich. Thank you all of you to participate in this. This is much bigger than the usual size. And last year we didn't meet in person. So I'd rather describe this as a backlog demand, and I'm pretty sure it will be bigger next year. So please come to join us in Scottsdale next year. And we'd like to meet all of you in person. Thank you again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
I am hoping that everyone will be willing to share their slides in PDF format. And if you shoot them to me, I'll shoot them back to the larger mailing list, or unless you want to mail them to the mailing list. I don't care which way it's done, but I would certainly like, were very, very interesting slides in virtually all of the decks. There are different ways to present data, and it's one of the things I always learn from personally. So I very much appreciate that. And Pete, you have the slickest slide presentation. You're such a high-tech guy.
Yeah, but I had to go really fast because I always end up with limited amount of time. But that's okay.
Oh, no, well, you got your 25, so at least this time. So again, thank you all, and thank you. And